The world of software engineering is changing faster than ever before. Artificial intelligence is transforming how we build, test, and deliver exceptional user experiences. To meet these new challenges, quality engineering is also evolving. Welcome to our next chapter. What started as a local community initiative sponsored by EPAM has grown into a truly global movement. Today, QAHub connects professionals across Central Asia, Europe, India, Asia, North America, and South America. More than 15,000 members worldwide, thousands of engineers, hundreds of speakers, one shared mission to shape the future of quality engineering and testing together. None of this would be possible without our volunteers, community drivers, core team members, and stakeholders who continue investing their time, knowledge, and passion into growing this community. And it couldn't continue without you and the investment of your time, curiosity, and collaboration. This year, one question stands above all others. As AI becomes part of every stage of software development, how do we build trust? Trust in tools, trust in methods, trust in outcomes, trust in the brands behind those experiences. Over the next 2 days, we will explore how AI is transforming quality engineering, testing organizations, automation, development practices, and the role of engineers themselves. Join QAHub's global thought leaders and practitioners as they share real-world experiences, lessons learned, and a vision for the future. Srinivas Labani and Bianca Martinez, carving the future, quality engineers reinventing themselves in every tech wave, and generative AI is no different. Mitra Gumenyuk EPAM AI tools in action. Our way to testing and spec-driven development, Nailesh Singla AI augmented open source. How the Kubeflow Pipelines team uses AI agents for development and testing at scale. Marco Arevalos Human AI Synergy. Practical models for hybrid testing. Excellence, Elena Ulyanova and Kamil Bogdanovsky test. Smarter, not harder, QA custom AI-based framework on Salesforce projects. Tariq King towards trustworthy self-testing. Generative AI agents. Melissa Benua. When the signal lies, designing QA systems that earn trust. Jan Schwenzian and Francesca Morando Agentic. QA, how AI agents become colleagues. Carlos Andres Munoz. Sandoval building a tester community through various social media channels. Natalia Moiseyenko and Daria Poluektova AI in quality engineering. From theory to enterprise transformation. Daria Alyakseyeva. What actually happens when agentic QA meets enterprise reality? The future of quality engineering is not being written somewhere else. It is being shaped right now by us. We are engineers, testing leaders, quality innovators, and QA team members. It's an exciting time to be a quality professional. Welcome to the QAHub Summer Virtual Summit 2026. Let's build the future together.
Hey, you didn't expect me, did you? Haha, I'm still here. My name is Aleem. Happy to see you all here. This is QAHub, a community built by engineers for engineers. Over the years, thousands of professionals from Central Asia, Europe, India, Asia, North America, and South America have come together to learn, share, mentor, speak, organize, and grow. More than 15,000 community members from more than 100 countries. Hundreds of speakers, dozens of conferences, hackathons, meetups, and technical talk. Countless hours invested by volunteers, community drivers, leaders, and contributors. Today, we are proud to bring this global community together once again for the first ever QAHub Summer Virtual Summit. Over the next 2 days, we will explore how artificial intelligence is transforming quality engineering, testing organizations, software delivery, and the role of engineers themselves. Together with industry leaders, innovators, practitioners, and community builders, we will discuss the opportunities, challenges, and realities of becoming AI native. This summit is not only about technology, it is about people. It is about collaboration. It is about the future we are building together. Welcome to the QAHub Summer Virtual Summit 2026. And we're excited to announce a fantastic competition for all attendees, featuring great prizes for those who complete the contest terms. Only condition is, tag us in Summit in any social platform, then win a prize. More tags, more chances. Good luck.
In true software fashion, we had a last-minute production change. Adam Auerbach was redirected to an urgent client engagement, so we have updated today's release plan. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our speakers who will officially open the QAHub Validation Summer Summit 2026. So our speaker will share their incredible knowledge and experience with us. With over 20 years of experience, our speaker is a distinguished engineer, architect, and quality consultant, renowned for managing technology roadmaps and fostering talent in global organizations. His expertise covers software delivery, project and quality engineering, and building high-performance teams. He is recognized for innovative test automation solutions, including leading the development of the Collab Automation Framework and Inside Edge XAF, a scriptless test automation platform. Meet Srinivas Labhani, Software Testing Vice President and Head of India Quality Engineering Practice at EPAM.
But he's not here alone. He's teamed up with a professional with over 24 years of IT experience, having spent the last 13 years leading projects, teams, and client relations. As a delivery manager and quality engineering practice head in Latin America, she has successfully delivered both internal and commercial projects with a strong focus on quality and efficiency. A certified PMI project manager and ISTQB test manager, he has deep expertise in testing and team management throughout all stages of the software lifecycle.
Hi everyone, able to hear me?
Yes, Srini, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay.
So we've been introduced, so looks good. I think let's skim through the slide once about me and then you, and then we'll take it over to the main topic today.
Okay, sounds good, Srini. So just a reminder, guys, today we're going to be talking about carving the future, quality engineers reinventing themselves, also test managers in every technology wave included in this Gen AI era. So Srini, give us like a brief summary, probably.
Yeah, I think I got introduced really well. I've been in the new role, predominantly looking at the AI adoption and enablement across the organization for EPAM India, not just the testing front, but everything else. And I'm going to bring in my 2 cents of why I'm looking at how do we carve ourselves in the Gen AI era and how am I doing it. So it's going to be helpful for most of us on transforming our ways of working going forward. So, and by the way, that's the Gemini helping me getting my new avatar created using AI now. So not the image, but few more content out there. Bianca?
Okay, thank you, Srini. Well, again, I'm not going to introduce myself a lot, but I just want to mention that today we're focusing on making sure that our clients are having like these benefits from adopting AI into their projects. And also I'm putting like a lot of focus on how to incorporate this capability in my team, right? With my leads in my day-to-day activities. So right now my focus is to generate the right capabilities so we can deliver value to our clients. So Srini, what about if we can start?
Yeah, let's go. So I found this image to be more apt for every one of us in the QE life. The reason being, we've been carving ourselves across the systems over years and years. I said 2 decades, but believe me, guys, I've been in the industry where testing doesn't exist to manual testing, which we are called as gatekeepers. Then we transformed ourselves as automation engineers. The SDETs came in, and now we are looking at what an AI full stack agentic engineer looks like. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. And we would move our journeys from traditional SDET to AI native full stack polyglot engineer, while Bianca is more focused on how we are going to become an AI productivity expert, leveraging AI and what should be the ways of work look like, right? So
okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, for the agenda today, we have historical cause when testing is sidelining, what's been some of the problems we have had in the last 15 years. Also, in the agenda, we have how the changing testing paradigm is going in this time. We're going to talk about the modern engineer, how it fits into this, and we're going to be carving on AI future. So, Srini, let's start.
So, like, guys, we've been hearing this a lot, right? Oh, testing is dead. I've been seeing in LinkedIn posts so many times saying that, oh, testing is dead, testing is dead. And this is not the first time I've seen this. Uh, it's nearly 29 years of experience, guys. So believe me, when I'm saying this, I've heard this multiple times. It is real. I've heard, I was in the world where Agile came in and they said no testers, and a lot of failures happen, and every time it changed. So when I'm saying this, it's always a pattern is repeating itself, including now, right? They say testing is dead, then big failures do happen. Like even if you take the current AI era, the hallucinations, no validations happening, and writing the way it needs to be is always happening. And the test is written stronger. And by this, I've been ideating on how to make changes in the ways of working. And why not become a full stack polyglot engineer? Because we are the right fit. And I know Bianca has also done some exercise on these patterns which she found in the history in the past. So, Bianca, could you show some light on that, please?
Sure, Srini. Okay, let me share with you some cases that we had in this, or when the testing has been sidelining. So I'm gonna start with something that happened back in August 2012. So one of the companies that was working for New York Stock Exchange, they released a new program to retail liquidity. So they did this updates in their servers, in 7 different servers, right? But in the 8th server, the update was not done completely. What happened is that when they opened to market, the new system accidentally reactivate an old flag that was an obsolete function, a function that was actually removed since 2003. So when they started to go live, the A server started to process a lot of automatically buy expensive stocks, and at the same time it started to sell cheap stock. When they started to notice this, they wanted to kill the functionality, right, or the system. But they noticed later, after 45 minutes, that they were struggling to turn off this new update. When they did the evaluation of what happened, they noticed that there was lack of testing done. They did not have like a good test coverage in certain paths, and they did not include a kill switch functionality in the system. So it cost millions of dollars. At the end, what happened is that this company went bankrupt and it ended up on disappearing. So another example, it was back in October 2013 when healthcare government system was launched without completing the end-to-end testing. This end-to-end window across 55 different components, they compressed the end-to-end system, end-to-end testing, sorry, from 7 months to just 1 month. They had some rush to deliver the system, and they forgot, or they just simply ignored integration testing. They did not did a realistic load testing or function or performance testing, and of course they didn't end the end-to-end testing validation. So the first day that this system was live, 4 million people was joining the system to register themselves. But guess what? Only 1% of the people that tried to register was able to actually register. Federal offices, they receive warnings that they couldn't ignore this phase of testing, but they did it anyway. So the site collapsed. At the end, they needed to turn off the system for emergency repairs, but this cost millions also of dollars. Another a big IT company, this was on July 2014. They decided just to retire a lot of SDET roles. They think, okay, let's move all the testing activities and responsibilities to developers with the message of you build it, you test it, and run it. And of course, the developers struggle a lot, but during one of their biggest operation system release, they had a lot of problems, a lot of system outages, and the fallout was very visible around the world. At the end, a lot of companies wanted to try the same strategy, but had the same results, struggle a lot, and they decided to just return and repair all the the damage that they were doing by just removing the QAs and the SDETs from their team, work team. And right now we're just talking about companies disappearing, millions of dollars lost, and probably some, let's say, stress on other roles like developers, right? When you move responsibilities to others. But what happened when we missed the testing or when we do not do a right testing on systems, like, for example, an aircraft, right? So what happened in 2012, sorry, 2018, one of the big aircraft companies, they designed a new system, a system that was preventing the plane from stalling. And this system automatically pushed the nose of the aircraft down. If a single faulty sensor was indicating that the plane was angling too high. So what happened is that the system received wrong coming data from one of the sensors, and the plane automatically start going down. The problem is that the pilots, they didn't have the access to turn off the new system, and they couldn't take manual control of the aircraft. So it ended up in a fatal accident. Later, when they started to investigate what happened, they found out that there were severe regulatory overseas, a lot of corporate failures, inconsistency in the process when they were doing the fabrication or factory of new hardware and components, lack of quality control, lack of key documentation, and at the same time, this company hired and outsource the developers and testers, and they might not have the whole guilty, right? Like they didn't have like the right tools, infrastructure, flight simulators to actually do correct testing. So sometimes we are having our problems on sidelining testing. It can cost lives. So let's move to what's coming and how
Thank you,
can we
Bianca.
change this?
Thank you. So I'll take a brief again. I'm going to hit this slides, take you back a bit. The idea of putting this slide or the content which I would like to speak is, guys, we started where we were not existing to manual testers, to QA, to SDET, to quality engineers. Now we are talking about AI quality, right? Testers' roles didn't just change the titles for us. They changed the purpose and the way we work. And it's not the first time that we are changing ourselves and carving us into the futuristic needs. Now, if you look at the whole AI ways of working, there is a maturity level that we can really look at. So if we move to the maturity of what we have, right, we have the maturity levels. Bianca, need to move to the next one. Yeah. So We have seen this, right? L0, we call it as traditional, where it is all us doing the job. L1 is all AI assisted. L2 AI augmented. L3 AI native, and L4 dark factory. And if you look at ourselves, we are operating, if we have not adopted AI to work, we're probably at L0. But if you have agents doing a bit of your work using copilots and very small chat workflows of stuff, you are looking at L1. L2 is more like agents, which we have built, and they do our job more better. You have refined them, it makes it better. L3 is an agentic ways of working. L4 is something that's coming in the future. So if you look at the way we need to transform ourselves and become L3 AI native, there is a way we need to transform ourselves into this whole structure. And why do I feel that the testers are the better full stack agentic engineers? Is if we move to the next slide, where I can depict those very clearly, is we are built with quality mindset. We never assume things. We are always looking at quality mindset. We bring that to the table always. So build and validate, failure first thinking. So it's predominantly what you're looking at, how to write your agentic flows, even if you're looking at it, how to look at them, right? So I'm writing an agent, but I'm going to make sure I'm validating it or writing a critic agent, which is actually validating, making sure this is coming out right. So that's your thought process. So even in development, we are going to bring in our quality mindset. We have full stack vision because we've been doing testing, which is predominantly across the application layers. You talk about from the bottom up or top down, we do the whole test. And we also have a system wide visibility. We know the business functionality end to end. That makes us the best one. Rapid adaptability, yes. I've just talked about how we are transforming ourselves or how we carved ourselves as from the various roles to the various personas that we play. Then we are polyglot ready. Look at any automation engineer. Most of us do not struggle to move from one automation framework or programming language to another. There are few who struggle, but when time needs, we always transform ourselves, right? So I can have a Java automation engineer who's transforming into Python or a TypeScript playwright. It doesn't really matter. We always transform ourselves at a very faster pace, and we are not so rigid about it. And we are looking at the tools in daily workflows because we are looking at how AI is going to help us get better. And we've been the early adopters, to be very frank, right? Everybody thought AI dev code, this will might cause this, do that. But somebody who's experimented a lot is coming from the testing background. The reason it's a low-hanging fruit, not much exposed to the production. It's a controlled environment, and the people who can make it happen and nothing risk was us. However, that actually helped us to make ourselves the first adopters, but also the journey towards the AI polyglot engineer, right? So if we move to the next one, where I'm talking about those two roles. One, the AI native polyglot engineer. That's I'm going to talk about in the next set of slides. Second, which Bianca is going to cover, how a QE manager is transforming into an AI engineering manager, right? So the idea is, look at this. The first step, which I'm looking at, is a quality engineer with AI. These are the engineers who are very well versed in using internal external tool sets to be able to deliver faster with quality. It means that they have agents that are being used to develop and fasten their work that they are trying to do. Then comes the agentic AI engineer. Here you can see that image depicts. There are 4 screens where I've probably pulled up my CLI. I have MCP, context and memory management all done. I've created an agentic flow, and I've spawned 4 agents, agentic flows running across. And my main job is to whether to say yes or no. However, the key point here is the AI validation is already in place with the agentic AI engineer. So when you are looking at this, the structure of the program or the way you need to learn would be more to understand how an agent to agent communication would happen. Is RAG needed? MCP, context in memory management, how do we share that? And at the same time, you're having security guardrails to make sure you're not breaking those security vulnerabilities. At the same time, you're looking at PII data or PHA data to be not going out, and whether my agent output is giving me the right score that I'm looking at, and it's not hallucinating or drifting. Right? That's a major focus when you're looking at your self-completing agentic AI. And then we have a polyglot engineer where I'm looking at we are erasing all the boundaries, moving more towards a dark factory. There is no boundaries as such. We are pretty much language and skill agnostic. These engineers can do anything that they can really want to do, right? So this is where my direction towards is for the organization, for everybody in the QE, is how do we make ourselves as AI native full stack agentic engineers and do a better job when it comes to delivery and move forward, right? So the next slide is a combo of all three. However, I've seen a set of questions. I want to really talk about those, like what practical steps can organization take to support quality engineers adapting to rapidly changing technologies and integrating generative AI into their workflows? Uh, this is the classic example of how we have done it. Empower the engineers to first become a QE with AI. They do understand various models that are there and what they can do with those LLMs and their how do they work for their work, right? This is very much important for us to understand how we are making these things happen and work it out. This is very clear, right? Once you are comfortable with the tools and everything, you do it. Second, you are looking at how do you define an agentic ways of working. That's your agentic engineer and polyglot engineer. That's how you transform your organization to do it. Make sure you train the trainers, have capstone projects that actually talk about how this can be done and move towards it, right? So I think there's one question which I had, I've responded. Uh, I would like to say, now give it to Bianca. Bianca, all yours to say how you'll transform the managers now.
Thank you, Srini. Sorry, I was having a hard time to unmute myself. So Srini has been telling us how the quality engineer has been evolved during this Gen AI era. And today, AI, as we know, is changing how things are done and how teams are also built. And test managers can no longer focus only on testing planning, defect tracking, and execution control, and just create reports, right? Also in every technology way, the testing has reinvented itself, as Srini was telling us. And the test manager needs also to evolve within this, right? So at the beginning, the test managers were more focused on test coordinator, more focused on testing planning and tracking. But what happened when Agile came, right? The test manager had to rethink how to do planning, how the new ways of work, how to plan the work for everyone, and how to align everyone to work in a more collaborative and more accountable teams, right? During DevOps wave, the test manager also needed to rethink how to automate, how to do testing in this continuous integration and continuous delivery, and adapt to release quicker and to be more confident with the results. Now in Gen AI, of course, test manager also must change, and they have to rethink on how to trust, a different way to do decisions, have a new governance, and also how to collaborate with human experts and also AI assistants. So the role is actually like being more strategic. So what are now the where test manager need to focus? The managers now, the test managers now need to focus on building this strategy where how AI will be incorporated on my governance, on my processes, on my tasks. They need to consider AI to accelerate processes in testing, and we need to consider AI to optimize testing. Also, how to do the risk management. I think this is one of the key points where test manager needs to get involved even more right now, because now managers need to identify what are the new challenges and risks that by using AI will bring us. Test manager also need to monitor AI-based processes that will be updated and ensure that they are aligned to the project quality, the goals that we're looking, and the timelines. And as I was saying, test managers also need to manage people and AI assistants, and how we can collaborate with this and have the results that we want. And of course, metrics, measure quality. It's something that is also changing, and that managers also need to think about how to measure now productivity and quality now that we're using AI. So the test manager role then has converted into 3 different roles, right? The AI productive expert, the AI adoption lead, and the AI champion. So in the AI productive expert role, the manager need to focus on how to accelerate delivery. They need to focus on accelerate and adopt AI across the whole software development testing stages, and what are the key tools that will help us to deliver faster. Of course, this can change according to the project, according to the objectives of the project, but test managers now need to understand what are the tools that are in the market that can help to accelerate this and be and align objectives with AI with objectives. Sorry. In his role as an AI adoption lead, the test manager know how to strategically think different, right? They need to understand when to add AI in the process, what tools to use, when to use AI, when not to use. Test manager need to define the rules of AI usage. And also, as I was saying, how AI will help me optimize and accelerate certain processes in the testing cycle. And also, test manager will need to create a good governance framework, align AI with organizational goals, making sure that we met all the security requirements and that we follow regulatory standards. Now, as an AI champion, and I think this is one of the also hardest skills that the test manager need to have, because the test manager will need to act as a evangelist of AI. They need to make sure that the team is getting the knowledge, that the team is understanding how AI can help us to accelerate our processes and create these safety environments where the team can actually pilot certain tools, test if the tools are actually giving us the results that we want, and if we're getting the quality that we expect to get with the knowledge of our testers, but also with the AI assistants. So AI does not remove the leadership. I think it increase the skills that a test manager is now the test manager, the knowledge that they have and how they can apply this into the testing process. So let me tell you quickly what are some of the challenges that the test managers had in this phase. And first, it is not just about AI itself. It is adapting the mindset of everyone and getting the skills and defining, as I was saying, the new governance and ways of work. So one of the challenges that we have is fear of redundancy. I think everyone has think that AI will replace us. Each one of us might think that my work can be done by an AI, right? But we really need to focus on how AI can help me to do my work better and what benefits I can get from it. Another challenge, a skill gap. Sometimes managers think that we do not have like enough exposure to use AI, but once you understand more about it and how this can help you, you can actually start thinking better to how to educate yourself and how to prepare for this new Gen AI era. Another challenge, trust and accuracy issues. We think that AI also will fix everything, but I bet that you have heard like garbage in, garbage out. We cannot trust 100% on the outputs that AI is giving us. So because we can have like outputs that are incomplete with some bias or simply that incorrect information. LLMs and agents generated can actually give us outputs that seems to be correct, but they really are not. They could be false or they can be even invented, right? Because also AI can misinterpret certain information. So we cannot trust 100% on that. Measuring success, that's another challenge. The traditional way that test managers are using to measure quality will no longer be enough. Yes, we can continue with certain metrics that we need to follow, of course, but we also need to understand what are the new metrics that we need to consider to measure the productivity. It could be more coverage, fast delivery, better deliverables, and how I can translate that productivity into the success and value for the project, right? So we really need to identify what is the real value that we're providing by using AI into our processes. Sorry, I missed two. Another challenge, going back to challenges, cultural resistance. As I was saying, this is, I think, one of the hardest challenge that test managers are having because we are talking about a cultural change. We need colleagues and people who is open to adopt AI. And sometimes they don't do it because they are fear to be replaced, right? You have probably heard like things are working good like they are right now, but why to do this change? Why to adapt AI? Sometimes I have heard also that people is saying AI is giving me bad outcome, is giving me bad results. So I need to rework a lot on either fixing what I had from the AI or a lot of time probably at the beginning when you start creating your agents and when you start actually using AI into your activities. So as we know, we need to be open to the change and we need to know about it to actually understand the value. And also another problem that we're having is too many tools, right? Tools overlap. There's so many tools in the market right now that we don't know how to start, what tool is better for my project, what tool will give me better results. So it's also another challenge that test managers are having nowadays. So In order to overcome these challenges, there are different things that we can do. As this talk is about, reframe the role. What do I need as a quality engineer, as a test manager, as a developer to actually reinvent the activities that I do in order to be aligned to this new Gen AI era? Also, build AI literacy. We need to understand what are the AI basics, how I'm gonna get that knowledge, take some courses, and also at the same time, make sure that your team is also aligned with this. Create an environment where your team can actually pilot certain tools, right? So they can start step by step. And this is like the third point, like start with practical use cases. We don't want test managers to go to apply AI in every single part of the process. We need to start with basic activities, with focus on what will give me clear value. It could be create test cases, it could be identify duplicate test cases, it could be automate some activities. So start small. Also, another thing that you need to consider, now the tester is going to be more a validation person, right? Like, of course, we're going to use AI. Of course, we're going to continue doing testing, but we need to identify how we need to do validation of every output that we get from AI, right? So now we're more as a reviewer and validation person. Another way to overcome this challenge, as I was saying, establish a governance. Define policies on how to use AI, when to use it, when not to use it, and make sure that when you use it, it is actually giving value for the project. Measure meaningful outcomes. Make sure that whatever you do with AI, it's actually identify. You can measure the value on it. It could be, as I was saying, better test coverage, more automation. So identify what are those meaningful measure components. And of course, always involve the team. I think in order for us that to have like a success in the project, we need to make sure that the team is involved. So ideas is like create communities. As I was saying, create an environment where the people can actually pilot certain tools, and they can have these cross training lessons between people who has a little bit more experience with people who is just starting into this new war, right? So as I was saying, the test manager should not try to adopt AI everywhere. We need to go small. We need to prove the value. We need to learn, and we need to escalate step by step. So some final key takeaways. Accountability will remain. We continue to be responsible for the quality. And human judgment, it's super important. We cannot replace that with AI. We can probably try to teach them, but at the end, the judgment from a human person will be very important when we're talking about quality and making sure that our product is going live with the right quality. Everyone must evolve. Changing in technology, changes are coming every year, every month, new tools. So we need to be open to that, and we need to be prepared, get the skills to work in this new era. And again, the constant is the change. So when we talk about AI, I see AI as an opportunity for test managers to really elevate their role, and the future will belong to those who can blend technology, quality thinking, business understanding, and responsible innovation. So with that, I end up my participation. Anything that you would like to add, Srini?
I think we covered everything, both the aspects, not just uh, transforming the test engineers, but we are also talking about how, as managers, we need to transform ourselves and make sure we are ready for the future, for the new roles. Uh, so I see a few questions in here. Not pretty sure if I can take them, but I'll take it up and then start responding. The first one, I have practical steps to take support quality engineers adapting. We have already spoke about. Can you share an example of how quality engineers have influenced or improved project outcomes by embracing new responsibilities in AI-driven environments? I can talk about this in two folds. One, where uh, testers were there, but the development is happening, and we were not playing the roles of the uh, people who are validating it, right? So that's where we spoke about the AI validation engineer's role. Okay, I got muted.
Very cool. Srinivasi Bianca, thank you so much for your presentation and effort. Great job. And now we move on to questions from our audience. The first question is, what practical steps can organizations take to support quality engineers in adapting to rapidly changing technologies and integrating generative AI into their workflows?
We already spoke about it, but I'll repeat that again. We need to start looking at understanding what tools and solutions are there in the market. Do have AI first thinking. Not everything is AI first. Still, the responsibility of making sure you're giving a valid software out is still with us, humans, right? So make sure those are being thought through. And then agentic ways of working, if you templatize and make sure you're adapting across the organization, it'll help you to do better. But if you start reinventing wheel every time, it's going to take longer. Again, if you want to transform, start top down, bottom up, you can try it out. But the way I look at it is, if you are an organization that's spread across multi locations, start train the trainer program where you have your leaders trained and they are ready so that they can take up the next set of batch. Now, if you have 10 leaders whom we can train and get them ready for a particular program, then 10 can take 10 each. So you're looking at a span of 100, and then you look at those 100 to take 10 each, you're talking about thousands. So do that chain one, it'll help you to transform.
Perfect. Awesome, friends. Next question. Can you share examples of how quality engineers have influenced or improved project outcomes by embracing new responsibilities in AI-driven environments?
I'll take a stab at it. So it's basically, as I said, we start developing code. It drifts, it hallucinates, and it can generate crap sometimes, right? It's LLM, it's just a tool. Bianca used the right word, garbage in, garbage out. Sometimes it does happen. So how do you make sure those are being taken care? And that's where our AI validation comes into play. And that's very important for us to do that. And you do have various set of tools that are there that use deep evals and ragas. There are AI itself to validate AI. Or you can also use Python or any other programming language to validate those, but you still have human in the loop. So when we brought this culture mindset into the teams, they started looking at writing critic agents, which helped them to refine those further rather than trying to catch the defects at the later stage. So those helped in a long way. And similarly, when you look at testers or the quality engineers we brought in, we are able to define more robust requirements as well, because we are doing long forgotten requirements elicitation checklist, which we had. We brought that into the game, and the requirements got better working with the BA. So it helps them to get better. And in the new era, it's a completely different. So you talk about AI validations, AI in agents in PDLC, and you have AI in STLC, where you have tech debt to cover. So you can pretty much do that as well. Bianca, you would like to add something?
And let's see the last question.
Good. Bianca, on mute.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So I wanted to add something that I've had seen in some of the teams and projects. So I've seen that some of the QA team members have generate prompts that actually create data sets with the intention to measure how the AI responds to to different information, right? They want to try if the AI is reliable, and they want to identify how they can help to test if the AI is giving us incorrect information, hallucinations, biases, and in order to make sure that the outputs that we're getting from testing AI is actually being correctly tested. So I've seen that also apply in some of the projects.
And let's see the last question. What new skill sets or mindsets do you believe will be most critical for quality engineers to thrive in the generative AI era? And how can organizations foster their development?
So we've been talking through this the whole cycle. AI first mindset, the agentic ways of working, and change yourself into full stack agentic engineers. How do you foster? We already talked about, especially on the engineering side, you understand the tools, become proficient, develop capstone projects on those to make sure you're completely aware of the challenges and the best practices and stuff. Then you come into agentic ways of working. This is going to help you to do better. The agentic communication. How do you share the context? How do you when to share memory? What to share, what not to share. And then in the side of it, you have your engineering practices of how to do that. So those have to be in place for you to make sure you have a change. I'd like to quote an example here in one of the projects. The automation quality engineers are really playing the role of a full stack agentic engineers now. So it took a transformation of 6 months for us to transform the engineers, but it does happen. But it needs to come from the engineers who want to transform, but they have to do it right now, given the scenario. Bianca?
I think you have mentioned all, Srini. I think we still need to think on and apply critical thinking. And as I was saying, we need to be now the reviewers, right? Like not just for the quality of the product, but also the quality that we're getting from AI, and have this soft skills of critical thinking. We need to actually put in practical that, because hard skills are they are obsolete quickly, because we are having like new tools every period, right? Every year, every month, every quarter. So of course we will need that. We need to understand that, but critical thinking is something that it has to be there, because that will help us to really identify and analyze what are like what is the correct way of adopting AI and making sure that we get the quality that we want. So just want to add that.
Excellent, Srinivas. Thank you, Bianca. Guys, if your questions weren't answered, don't worry. Our speakers will respond to everyone in writing as soon as possible. Follow our social media platforms. Thank you, Bianca and Srinivas, for your answers and for your bright and inspiring presentation. Your experience, professionalism, and passion for software quality motivate and energize the entire audience. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and helping teams reach new heights. Your contribution is truly valuable to all conference participants. Folks, don't miss out on our special challenge happening on social media. Check out our channels for more details and get involved in the excitement.
Okay, so thank you, Rini. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, QA.
Thanks, everyone.
team. It was a pleasure being here. See you in the next one.
Please wait a little. We'll get back to you in a moment. Please wait a little. We'll get back to you in a moment.
Hey everyone, let me share that. We're excited to announce a fantastic competition for all attendees, featuring great prizes for those who complete the contest terms. Only condition is tag us and Summit in any social platform, then win a prize. More tags, more chances. Good luck. And you also know our next speaker very well. Our speaker is the Director of Technology Solutions and Head of Testing Products, as well as the CEO of Report Portal, IO. He has extensive experience managing portfolios of open source and commercial tools, specializing in DevTest SecOps, continuous testing, and the integration of machine learning into testing processes. With a strong technical and managerial background, he successfully drives innovation, participates in pre-sales and client presentations, and demonstrates deep expertise in automation and modern testing technologies. Meet Dmitry Gumeniuk. Dmitry, go ahead. Over to you.
Hey guys, how are you? glad to be here, and thank you for joining my session. And it's a pretty new platform for me to give the presentation, so hopefully everything will go smooth. So I've just started to share my screen, and hopefully you will be able to see my presentation. Let me know somehow if that's visible to you. Yeah, probably yes. Okay. So let's start. As you heard in the beginning of this robotic presentation, my name is Dmitry Gumenyuk, and I'm the driver and the head of the testing products for EPAM. And today I want to go and drive you through the presentation explaining what we do and how we practically tackling and how we're changing our tools and products in order to adapt in a rapidly changing environment. I'm located in US, in the New York metro area. I do work on almost 20 years, full 19 years with EPAM systems. And as I said, I drive the portfolio of our tools and accelerators within the company. So I'm practically the guy behind the names as Report Portal, MobiTrue, Helenium, Tool4j, TD-Spore, QASpace, and some others. But those are the most known, specifically Report Portal, for sure. Okay, going forward. So probably that's something which everyone feels right now, that there is a shift. There is definitely a shift how we do the testing, and how that the process is changing. And you practically understand that the testing is being disrupted by the Gen AI most of all. Why it happens? It practically comes down from possibility to verify the work and repeatability of the work. So the more verifiable work or the task exists, the better it can be automated. And the more automatable it is, the more it can be affected by the Gen AI work. So practically, right now, that's the first point. And the second one is that the more code is produced, the more testing it does require. So it doesn't mean that the quality means less right now, but the problem is more that the larger output of the AI models, which helps you to produce the more code, practically dramatically increases the amount of the testing is needed. So the testing doesn't disappear anywhere. It practically becomes a bottleneck, a constraint, because we have to test more. And the exponential growth of these produced generated codes practically means that we have the exponential growth of the testing is needed. And unfortunately, the old-fashioned way to do it manually, or let's say mainly do the manual testing and partial automation, doesn't work anymore. There is still a myth flying around, and we probably can even hear it from the clients, that the testing has been solved by the AI. But I would say no. That in reality, while the AI changing the way how we create tests, how we execute the test, and who becomes the author of the test cases and the scripts, but in reality, the need of the control, the evidence, and the trust in testing have never been even more important than right now. Because imagine, again, we generate a ton of the AI output in form of the code, and now that have been verified, should be verified even more better. So clients, no matter what's under the hood of the testing, if it's your manual testing, automation, or even agents doing the test, the business still wants the evidence. They would still want to understand if everything have been tested and have been tested properly. So, and within those setups, we see that the more and more importance falling down to the observability section. So practically, clients are looking for the kind of system of records and something which will prove that if the AI was involved into the testing was done right. And if something goes wrong or went wrong, there is a mechanism which helps to identify and trace down what was broken at this setup. So I would say that the testing hasn't changed a lot. I mean, the life cycle of the testing is still the same. The same way how we did the testing 20 years, 10 years, 5 years ago, the process is still the same. The difference is now probably who is the executor, who does the testing, or maybe who generates the drafts, who produces the test, and how it's executed. But the steps in the life cycle, they are still the same. And while I'm driving the solutions and accelerators related to testing, where I have to look into that perspective and practically to adjust what our tools are designed for and what are they doing. So now clients are more looking into the contracts to have, let's say, contracted output. So they have a predictable cost, they understand they have a structured coverage, and they know or expect the predictable business outcomes. So in these setups, we cannot just sell again heads or like people who will do the work, but we have to sell now the outcomes. What that means, rather than say, okay, you have 10 engineers who will do your testing in the next 2-3 weeks, and that's the price for it. Now we can say that, okay, here's the set of your 300 test cases that will be tested within next 3 days, and your outcome will be the full tested, the regression set in an amount of 300 test cases done within 3 days with the cost of X dollars. So clients are searching for the outcomes rather than the actual workforce to do so. And we have to change the way how we offer our services as well, same as what we take as a basis of our products. Instead of creating tools for engineers to do the work, we're now focusing on creating the tool which does the work and can be verified by the engineers. That all brings us to the concept of the testing fabric. And again, that's helping us to shift the paradigm from the FTE. FTE, it's a full-time employee centric headcount, to the model where we orchestrate the agents to produce the output. The clients no longer pays for the testing effort, right? As I said, they want the guaranteed output, they want the verified output, and they want the things have been done. And the truth is that the clients do understand that the AI and agents can speed up this process and improve it significantly. So they want to share the value of the AI involved into the testing as well. So that means that it's not like we can say to the client, okay, we have the engineer who will do the work, you still pay the same amount of money, but we will do everything with the AI. Now they understand there is AI which can do partially all this work, and they want to pay just for the output and completed work rather than the time involved into all these efforts involved into the testing. But in that setup, I don't want to scare you here, and I don't want this presentation more like sounded that, okay, we all doomed, nothing left for our work, but more like there is still a room for us as a human being within this process. And mainly it falls down into the section which agents or AI is not very good at. And while the agents are usually, because they're based on LLM, and LLM has a very wide general knowledge about everything, it's not very good about the specifics of the client setup, sometimes about the product and everything. So our real value add, so something we can bring as a human into this testing fabric, is actually possibility to establish the guide rails, to configure those agents and verify if they go to the right direction. So as soon as the agent goes offhand and not the right direction, the humans are those who can be in control of that and verify the work they do. So we can call it as the building up the guide rails and orchestrating the work which is done by the swarm or the group or the team of the agents. But as long as we move into this testing process, there is a very important thing which probably not like every client right now realizes and not every team is familiar with, right? Because as soon as we go into the more AI, as soon as we bring more of the output, if there is no a solid maturity inside the testing process, the AI just helps to produce more chaos for the teams. So that means that if you have a low QA maturity within your project setup, if you just add AI, that will just automate the chaos within your at scale. But if you have a high maturity in QA process, the agentic flow practically helps you to grow exponentially and improve this process. So agentic acceleration does require the building up and improving the maturity model. And I would say, again, the AI is not the silver bullet which you just bring into your process, into your project, into your client setup and say, okay, that AI will fix everything. No, the AI is something which helps to augment the process, and the process should be there. The maturity model should be established. And this part is one of the things we also can still sell to clients, and being those consultants who help them and say, okay, we see that your process is like, let's say, at the maturity level 1, we can bring it to the level 2 and help to improve that going forward, like step by step. The more you stepping up into the model, the better outcomes the AI can bring to you. One of the key important things in those setups becomes the quality gates and the system of record. So the quality gating is the thing, I mean, you probably heard that. The quality gate is something as the set of the checks at the end of your testing cycle, which says, okay, the passing rate is 90%, we're good, there are no product issues with high priority or like critical priority, and maybe the amount of the test cases failing because of the outdated automated test scripts, no more than 5%. We're good to go. But in reality, the more output, the more effort involved from the Gen AI, from the agents at every single stage, the more quality gate checks we need at every single stage. Same as the system of record. So we want to build not just the check at the end of its story, but the checks at every stage and every step of the testing. So that helps to establish the trust into what the agents are doing, rather than just creating a slope of the generated something and wait for the result at the end. We want to eliminate the hallucination, reduce the guesswork, and do the checks at every single stage. Same as the involve this kind of decision evidence maturity model, which helps to establish the rules how the work from AI is accepted, and also have the so-called risk compliance verifications. When if something goes wrong and the agent did something wrong, we can trace back where it happened and what went wrong. So we can, as a human being involved into the process, reiterate it back and maybe establish yet another guide rail and help the agent to produce the work. So the evolution of the accelerators, having all this in mind and having all this said, is practically, for us right now, shifting the persona who is the main user of our tools from human beings, from engineers, more on the side of the agents. So imagine that now probably engineer have no need to go detailed into the logs, verify everything, take a look at the screenshots. All of that can be done by agent right now, because agent can access all this data via the MCP calls or through the API. There is no even need in UI anymore. And all this data collected, verified, and pushed again, and decision made by the agent, that's what the engineers now want to see, or the managers. So rather than focus right now on engineers, the main functions now should be transformed for the agents, while the high-level output, the way how we verify what was done, should be available or visible for the engineers or the managers. And that practical helps us to reduce the cost of the work, right? Imagine we have the agents involved, they produce output, we verify them at every single stage, and we just help or focus with our tools to reduce the cost of the effort, to address and make it way more cheaper to do the same effort rather than we did it manually or with the human involvement in it back in time. So having all this said, this is how we look at the process, and I would say this is our previous generation of the, we call it the carousel of success, and that here you can see the map of our solutions for the different sections or the steps of the processes. And while right in the middle we'll have the AI agent, and that was the Elite, first of all, back in times for us, because while our tools which sits on the side, on the frontier of the communication with the data, they can provide a solid data, something which or hard data collected from the testing. The agent in the middle is something which orchestrates, and that's, you can understand it as like nervous system, which pulls the right muscle, the right limb, the right hand or leg to produce the work, while have all of that in the middle, collected as a data and processed and reasoned for the right step. And the communication layer for us was always the MCP, so that's how we make all the things communicate one to another. Through the evolution of this process, that's how it started to look like. So it's a new generation where we again have this different stages of the testing process with the orchestrated in the middle and MCP as a connection point. Maybe going forward, and that's what we see across our client communication, that clients don't need sometimes the exact tool orchestrator. They might be having a Claude, and they might just be needing the skills MD file, which help them to configure all of that work being working together. And while traditional SDLC is still the same, as I said, the life cycle haven't changed in many, many years. We can see like plan, design, execute, validate, report, improve. Here, how we look at that through the prism of the maturity models. So the more the evolution of your process goes through several stages. When you just start with the very simple one, you just collect the data, look what's there, then involve the analysis, classification, triaging process, etc., self-healing, and etc. The final stage is our dark factory approach. You probably heard it a lot, and it's the way when agents do the most of the work and the humans are barely involved into the process. And this is how we're trying to understand that through the prism of evolution of the tools at the level of 0, where we've been traditionally the first one as AI assisted, where we have the copilot or something which involved to produce the drafts and help us to prepare the plans, the designs, and then execute the test. The more involved like triage inside the process, we do the evidence-based decisions. Now we have new stages added, which works with the specs and helps us to author the strategy to form where we go, what we're doing, and what's the source of our truth. And the final destination, again, the maturity model, the dark factory, where all of that happens automatically. But again, the key point for us having here is the system of record, which shows that everything went smooth. And I'm sorry, I've clicked somewhere in the wrong space. So how that may look and work. So here's the schema which describes how we can build up this process. On the left side, you see that we have a selection of the models or agents or orchestrators, which can be chosen by the client to do and complete the specific work. The next stage, we bring a specific agent which is scoped for certain function within the testing lifecycle, and then a set of the tools in the form of skill set, where it can be connected either to our own solutions or maybe to the solutions which client has in the setup. And that's, again, the same view on the stages like plan, design, execute, validate, report, operate, but now through the prism of the maturity models on the right side. So we can see here, okay, for the level 0, it's enough of just client tool, manual planning in the task manager, done. For the first stage of the maturity, we have AI agent or orchestrator, which does the work directly with Jira, maybe some client tool, create the drafts, human improves and prioritizes. As soon as we step up to the next stage, AI augmented, now we have orchestrator plus agent, which have this, let's say, build up to being specialized in specific work, set of the tools connected here, and that might be the client tool, our tool, or the client setup. And the more we move there, the more agents and the more specific skills and tools involved. And same for the level of the design, execute, validate, report, and operate. And I probably will skip the details here just to save the time. Based on everything you saw right now, I will share the screen right now with the recording. And this recording will demonstrate how our tools from our wheel of the success currently operate. That's the setup specifically built with our own tools, but the flexibility of using skills helps us to have that connected to whatever the client setup they are having. So they might be using Claude plus Jira, X-Ray, something else like Sales Labs or Browser Stack for executions. We still can connect all of that together. But again, right now I will show you the specific example built on our own tools.
Modern testing involves multiple execution approaches. Some scenarios are covered by classic automation, some are tested manually, and more test cases can now be handled by AI agents. But when results, infrastructure, videos, and coverage data are spread across different tools, teams lose the full picture. This integration connects several tools into one testing workflow. The solid arrows show the main AI-driven testing flow. Test Cases Home is in Report Portal Test Case Management System. eLydia converts them into agentic QA checks, and agentic QA executes them using MobiTrue infrastructure. The results then return to Report Portal for analysis and decision-making. The lighter dotted arrows show supporting integrations. Report Portal can provide visibility into available MobiTrue devices, and classic automation results can be enriched with MobiTrue session videos and Drill4j coverage data. We start in Report Portal Test Case Management. This is where the team keeps its test cases, the shared source of truth for all testing efforts. Some test cases are already marked as automated, but there are still major checks that need to be run manually. These checks are great candidates for agentic QA to execute. So let's add these test cases to the test plan for the upcoming milestones so we can move forward. Report Portal is also connected to MobiTrue, so teams can see available browsers and mobile devices directly from the same workspace. This gives better visibility into the execution environment before testing even starts. With the device setup in place, let's return to the main flow. eLydia now takes the selected test cases from Report Portal and orchestrates their conversion into checks for agentic QA. This allows existing test case assets to become part of an AI-driven execution workflow without changing the source of truth. The checks are grouped into a suite, and we can now see that it has been created inside agentic QA. Once the checks are ready, an agentic QA execution session is triggered. Agentic QA executes the generated checks autonomously using AI agents. These agents can adapt to unexpected UI changes, support exploratory and regression testing, and use human feedback to continuously improve test quality and effectiveness. For browser execution, agentic QA relies on MobiTrue as the infrastructure layer. MobiTrue also makes it easy to observe what is happening in the browser while the check is running. And once it's ready, the checks are marked as passed, and the results are sent back to Report Portal. In parallel, classic automated tests can continue running in the background. Report Portal collects their results and enriches them with MobiTrue session videos and Drill4J coverage data. In this demo, these artifacts come from classic automation, with the same visibility model planned for agentic executions in the future. Once the executions are complete, Report Portal becomes the common place where results from different testing flows are collected and standardized. Agentic execution results come back from Agentic QA in a structured format. Classic automation results are enriched with additional video evidence from MobiTrue sessions. Drill4J provides a coverage report for the entire end-to-end test launch across all involved services. The session
Okay, that was it. And again, as I said, that was an example of our own tools being connected all together to produce the best possible outcome from the testing, while we have the inside the report portal. And yes, that's a new thing. I will announce it just down the slides. But in report portal, we're going to have the test case management system, which can be connected to the agentic QA, Elite, or whatever the AI agent can practically read the data, transform, push it to the agentic. Agentic then executes them, all the execution collected inside the report portal. The MobiTrue used as the device farm to run all of that, and Drill4J collects the actual coverage between the application and the tests to give you and narrow down the data for what was touched, what was not. And as I said, the beauty of this setup is that no matter what type of the client setup we have, through the skills and the possibility of like MCPUs, we can connect for whatever the tool client and has and practically displays our own setup. So our own tools is more like a golden set for us, but we can take out specific parts and make them replaceable and involve the client setup, tool from client setup to operate instead of our tools. Few words about agentic QA. There was another separate session made by the Jan, the CTO of this solution, but let me just, if you haven't visited that, I will just highlight a couple of the most important features here. And the agentic QA is practically an orchestrator for multiple agents which do the reasoning of the tests. So what you can do, you take the test case script or like steps of the test case, feed it into the agentic QA, and that through the use of many agents who are checking and verifying one another, produce the execution flow for the test case. And one of the most important features here, like, while you can say, yes, I can run whatever the test through the agents using the playwright, but the problem is that for every single reiteration, you have to burn tokens again. And within the agentic QA, we have the feature called replay, which is practically giving us the magic not to use the tokens over and over again. So that means that as soon as you achieved the first verifiable execution, the agentic QA will use this data to kind of replay the existing test case for the next run, and will involve reasoning or like token burning only in case if something is fails and that needs the verification. So based on our numbers, it reduces, like, first of all, it makes it 6 times faster, and that reduces the amount of the tokens burned and used for the test case executions. We'll probably jump over that slide to save the time. Again, for us, the main steps in all this process are the requirements in the form of the input, the kind of AI process in the form of the Copilot, a multi-stage feedback loop, which helps us to collect the data and information to form the execution for the end-to-end automation. And here, how it all may work at the end of it. So for those who are familiar with the report portal, it was mainly designed around the automated test cases, right? But around the automated automation test reports. And now we extend in the report portal to be able to work with the agentic executions as well, same as the manual executions of the test cases as well. And that's probably the part of our announcement that the report portal will introduce the test case management pretty soon, which will practically allow us to collect and identify the set of all the unique test cases which belongs to the testing process, no matter who producing that. Does it come from the automated executions, or maybe that comes through the Jira and your manual execution, whatever you keep and track your test cases, or maybe those test cases which are produced and automated by the agentic QA. All of that can be planned within the test case management part of the application, within the test management, test planning part. You create the plan, you see how every single project fulfills your executions. That gives you the final output, that gives the data for the AI to make the decision, and all of that can be connected through the MCP. Oh, I'm sorry, that was, yep. Through the MCP with other tools we have in place. So TD Sporter will provide the data sets. The MobiTrue provides the infrastructure, the browsers, and the mobile devices to execute the test. The Drill4j collects the coverage and helps to reduce the plan for the execution only to cover those test cases which have been changed. Alita, or whatever the AI orchestrator, can play the role of the AI agent to classify, orchestrate, execute, pull, and push the data through the process. And many, many other integrations we have and still haven't for the report portal in place. For the agentic runner, this is the slide which explains you what it means to have those AI reasoned steps inside the system. So imagine if we have the test case library with all the test case and the steps described what should the test do. The next, we create in the test plan and say, okay, out of those 300 test cases, execute 5 of them for me. That creates the launch and pushes that on the side of the agentic QA, where agentic QA, by the means of own agent swarm or the team of the agents, will interpret and go through, use the reasoning, use the tokens, go through the application, through those steps, and convert them into the form of the replayable AI steps. And inside the report portal, we will allow to store those AI steps going forward. That means that it brings the possibility to trace down what was the reasoning behind the AI made and how the AI thinks that the test case should be executed. Same as the playwright traces, everything what was used inside the playwright to complete those steps, that can be used, saved as an evidence, and also used practically to generate the test automation script as a part of your testing framework. The agentic runner, again, if we just go through this cycle again and now put the execution in place. Now we have the test case library, test plan have been pushed for the execution, interpretation done, AI execution done. We have the results which have been collected through the system that helps us to fulfill our test plan with the actual execution results. So that gives us the coverage and shows us, okay, there was a test plan designed for this milestone, and that's how that was completed, either by the automated scripts or by the agentic. The coverage is here. And everything what was used in the form of the AI steps and the playwright traces are now being collected and stored along with the test case, so that can be reused for the next iteration of the execution. And this approach, as soon as the execution is required, the agentic just pulls the data back for the reasoning and traces for the steps execution. And while the first run of that approach definitely requires not like a ton, but still plenty of tokens to be burned to produce the output, all the following runs are actually saving the money a lot, because a very minimum amount of the tokens are needed for the next iterations, or maybe even no need in any of those tokens anymore, because that can be used as repetitive form of the test cases. And the business impact here, saving the money, making that process cheaper, rely on the hard data, solid data, and reusable data as much as possible. And the final part, probably for the Drill4j, which brings some sort of the magic in all of that story. The beauty of the Drill4j is actually that it can collect the mapping between the code of the application and the actual test case. So the Drill4j, which sits on the background of your application and the test execution, that knows if the test case number 1 have been executed, which specific code lines in application in the web on your endpoints within your backend of the application have been triggered. There was an automagical scroll. I'm sorry for that. Right there. So again, we know everything would have been touched and covered. So what it gives us, when we have a code line somewhere here changed, deleted, or modified by the developer, the Drill4j will know which specific test cases should be triggered in order to verify this change. And while we're having this information, that can be pushed into the test plan. So when we have the test plan created manually, let's say we just know, okay, that's a new milestone. We probably added some new, few more buttons on our admin part of the application. We should check them. But in reality, nobody knows. Did the developer made some sort of the refactoring and maybe addressed and touched all the buttons in UI? Or maybe there was AI agent, which sometimes is not very controllable, and maybe it did some other changes which are noticeable from the first glance, but in reality, the changes have been made in the place we never knew about, right? So the Drill4j can bring this information up and say, okay, that this section of the application have been changed. Let's fulfill our test plan with few more test cases which we see have been affected. And more than that, at the end of the story, when the execution is completed, it can say you, okay, we completed all these test cases, but we see that specific lines of the code have never been touched. So there was new change introduced by the agent or by the developer, and we need few more tests to cover it. And through the use of AI, through the use of our either Elitea or whatever the AI agent, we can practically generate new test cases, add them to our test case library right here, and suggest them as a part of the test plan to reiterate this session again and cover those missing test cases. So that's the beauty of our, let's say, new way of doing the testing involved in the AI, and that's how we addressing the changes which happen around with like how the Gen AI affects the testing process. Probably a couple more slides to make the finally make the announcement about what's coming inside the report portal. And first of all, yes, we're gonna introduce pretty soon the test case library. That means that report portal will be able to manage the test cases, manage test plans, milestones, and executions for all the test cases you have. More than that, it will have the kind of the backport feature for all the automated test cases which you already have and executing within the report portal. With the report portal, they might be retransformed into the library of the test cases, right? Explaining what each and every test case is doing within your test automation. That's more like a live form of the documentation, which will be changing as soon as you change in the test case, but not the script. And also that's the way how we help in the projects to build up the traceability on all the existing test cases, maybe in Confluence, maybe in Jira, X-Ray, whatever. If the project misses this traceability link between the requirements, tests, and what you have in automation, report portal will help to build that. Now the dashboards will also have the updates, and first of all, we will improve the portfolio project level dashboards. And now that will be showing you not only the automation results, but also everything which is produced by the agentic execution and agentic automation, and also manual test case executions that also will be in place right here. And another layer of the functionality, we call it organizations, which will enable to build up the hierarchy of the projects. And on top of this hierarchy of the projects, there will be a portfolio level dashboard. So this is, if we just rewind back to my first slide, where I was saying that I was saying that maybe the main user base for us will become agents. So we assume that the project level or the team level of the information we collect will be designed and made for the agents. So the agents push the data, collect that, keep the history, keep the permutations between test cases, also collect the evidence, reasoning, and all the information which can be used for the analysis going forward. The portfolio level dashboards will be something which is more interesting for everyone to look at right now, because that will show you, okay, how the whole process was done, what the testing types been completed, what's covered, what's not, where was the failures, what was the outcome for these failures, either they pushed in the form of the bugs, or maybe they were fixed and re-executed. So we are, as the orchestrators of the agents, will have more interest to look how the whole process runs and completed, rather than go and take a look into individual test case which have been failed. Test plans and milestones, as I said, this is the part of the managing the testing process. It also will help you to create, in a milestone, you can identify which test plans should be executed. These test plans can be fulfilled by the automation results, manual execution, and the agentic executions. And all of that will be wrapped in form of the quality gates. So that will help to establish more of this decision-making maturity model, where and why it was allowed and why it was propelled to the next stage. So all of that will become the part of the report portal. And the manual launches, right? Everything was still done by the manual testing, through the manual testing process. We will introduce the possibility to record those in place. And you should look at that from the proper angle. It's not like in the report portal, we addressing something from looking into the backwards and addressing the manual executions in the modern age when the agents are doing all the testing. In reality, manual launches are the absolute playground for the agents. Because if you have an agent which not just produce the test script to execute the automated test case, but if you have the agent which does the exploratory testing and use the reasoning to go through, like dig through application, do the reasoning, and look what went wrong, the manual launch practically becomes the playground for the agentic agent. And this is the way how we also will help clients, for those who have a lower maturity level, to onboard and track the manual executions. Then we already had the automation in place, and now we add in the agentic part, which will be all seamlessly connected one to another in the form of single representation, plus on top of that AI orchestration, and all these quality gates and decision making as a part of the whole process. Okay, I'm practically done with this part of the presentation. We still have 15 minutes left for the questions, and I will probably stop sharing my screen.
Wow, that was really cool and interesting. Great job. Thanks for your presentation and effort. Our audience has a few questions on the platform. Let's discuss. First question, what are the most significant benefits and drawbacks you've observed when transitioning from traditional tools to modular, spec-driven, AI-powered platforms?
Benefits and drawbacks. The benefits is honestly the better coverage and the better traceability. This is something which drastically improves if we follow and improve and let's say shift the process toward the spec-driven development. In the drawbacks, at the moment, probably the sometimes too excessive outputs and too excessive spendings on the AI tokens to produce and cover everything. Will we have that improved? Probably yes. Going forward, the cost of the tokens definitely will go down. We probably will shift to for having our own boxes or devices sitting on our table, running those large models, which will cost us way less than we have it right now. But again, we are more in calibrating stage and see what was the best, what is the cheapest and most affordable and the best output we can form.
I agree with you. Next question. How does your maturity levels model help organizations prioritize which testing capabilities to develop first, especially when resources are limited?
Very good question. So in one of the presentations, I don't recall who was sharing that, but usually testing within the client setup is all about the budget. So the limit, you definitely can go and test everything, take all types of the tests and run them, but it's all about the amount of the budget we have and can burn on this effort. So yes, testing is all about the budget. How the maturity levels help prioritize capabilities developed first. The maturity model is not about the prioritization of the testing capabilities. It's a good question. Maybe yes, maybe no. That's the thing from two angles. First of all, the maturity level helps to improve and establish the process overall, and while it does bring some new testing capabilities inside the process. Well, good, very good question. I probably won't answer it right now because I need to think about that. But thank you for the question. That's probably something we are missing for this maturity model. We definitely need to align and prioritize which specific types of the testing we should incorporate and which stage.
Oh, excellent. And the last question, how do you ensure effective collaboration between development and QA teams when adopting spec-driven, AI-powered testing tools? And what practices have proven most successful in aligning their workflows?
That's exactly what we called DevOps many years ago, right? Because that's probably the problem of the overall practices. We started to call DevOps as DevOps engineer, those people who are configuring the AWS or the cloud environments. But in reality, DevOps is about the communication between developers, the operations who like deploy, like system engineers, and the QA. And one of the effective ways we saw was actually incorporation of the traceability between the requirements, tests, and actual code. The Drill4j is very helpful at this part, and it does help to connect QA teams with the developer teams. Why? Because Drill4j can show you which specific code line have been affected by the test. And also it shows you which specific test or which specific code line was never touched by the test and what should be improved. And this is the basis for the communication when the QA not just throwing yet another bug into the system by saying, okay, this is something you have to go and fix as a developer, but now they have a basis of information. Okay, I have this test, it touches those code lines, and I see that there is an issue, so probably you have to go and check right here, right there. Or the testers now also can see, okay, here are the untouched part of the application which have been changed and added by developer, but I don't have the test which should be added there. So maybe I can go to the developer, and it's way more easy to communicate now with the developer by saying, okay, what should I do in form of the test to address this, this, and this in form of the lines? But here, probably another most important thing, agents or AI can do that instead of us. So maybe this communication will be a bit eliminated, as we don't need that, as the agent can do all of that. And instead of communicating human to human, we'll have agent to agent collecting this information and both producing the test plan for execution, the test script to cover that, and the evidence for the developer that all of that have been made.
Dmitry, thank you for your brilliant presentation, valuable ideas, and insightful answers. Your contribution to the development of test automation and your strategic vision inspires conference participants and sets new benchmarks for the entire industry. Thank you for sharing your experience and helping the professional community grow and move forward. Folks, subscribe to our social networks. We've got tons of cool content. And don't miss our awesome challenge on social. Check out our pages for all the details and jump in on the fun. And now let's welcome the next speakers.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Please wait a little. We'll get back to you in a moment. Please wait a little. We'll get back to you in a moment. Please wait a little. We'll get back to you in a moment.
We're happy to announce a fantastic competition for all attendees, featuring great prizes for those who complete the contest terms. Only condition is, tag us and Summit in any social platform, then win a prize. More tags, more chances. Good luck, everyone. Our next speaker is a principal software quality engineer at Red Hat and previously worked at Walmart. He has over 15 years of experience in software development, testing, and project management, with more than 8 years dedicated to end-to-end testing of big data, social data, pipelines, and building automation frameworks from scratch. He is actively involved in all stages of the software development lifecycle, from discovery to technical design and final delivery, emphasizing effective team collaboration. His technical expertise includes Java, Python, SQL, Maven, Unix, Windows, Jira, Jenkins, AWS, Lucene, Solar, and modern automation and testing tools. Meet Nilesh Singla.
Hi, everyone. Today, I'm going to be presenting how do we use AI in open source. So I work for a project called QAHub Pipelines, and today I'm going to show you how do we use AI for development, for testing, and how do we enable hundreds of our contributors to use AI at scale. I was gonna introduce myself, but the bot did a really good introduction, so I'll be quick over here. So I'm currently working as a principal software QA engineer at Red Hat. I'm one of the core contributors to this open source project called QAHub Pipelines. I have multiple different industry experience in asset management, education, social media analytics, robotics, and very recently MLOps. Just like the pod mentioned, one of my specialty is in designing test frameworks from scratch and designing CI architecture to improve developer productivity and release reliabilities. Some of my interest very recently has been in developing AI agents and AI skills, and also trying to create AI development processes. Some of my hobbies are playing cricket, badminton, and spend time with family. Today, we'll talk about starting with introduction to Kubeflow pipelines, and then I'll show you a little bit about what type of coverage do we have, how do we use GitHub Actions to run all of our tests, introduction to our process, which includes writing a proposal and writing test plans. How do we do it? How do we implement these test cases using stubs and implementation and AI? I'll also share how do we use AI in development and debugging. And then how do we validate, how do we increase our confidence in all of this work that's done by AI using some AI tools for reviews and some skills. And in the end, I'll share some of our learnings, which hopefully will align with all of your learnings, and maybe you can also incorporate some of the learnings that we have into your AI process to improve the efficiencies. And I'll also share some of the references to my own personal AI skills and agents, and some of the open source AI skills and agents that I'm gonna refer here. So what is Kubeflow Pipelines? It's an open source MLOps project, which is under the Kubeflow community. It's a native Kubernetes application. So you do need a Kubernetes environment. Even on your local, you can create your kind clusters or Minikube or anything to deploy the application. We have, over the course of the lifespan of this project, we have more than 500 plus contributors. That's the last time I checked. That's what GitHub showed me. And for every commit, for every PR, we run around 200 pipelines. Of course, it's a metrics based. It's based on some test selection as well, or workflow selection. But overall, if you are making a core change, then we run about 200 GitHub workflows per commit, which includes 5,000 plus test cases. And overall, it takes around 30 minutes for the whole CI checks to complete, out of which the biggest chunk goes into building the images and deploying those to a Kubernetes cluster. And overall, on an average, we merge around 20 plus PRs every week. Sometimes it's much more than that. Sometimes it's less. It all depends on the complexity of the changes and the time period, because during holiday season, things are slow. Within this project, we also have a very comprehensive agents .md file, Claude.md file, depending on whichever AI agent you're working with. So we have those. And we also have some GitHub Copilot instructions, mostly for peer reviews, so that when the GitHub Copilot runs reviews, it actually understands what we need from that. So talking about test coverage, like I mentioned, we have about 5,000 tests that run with every commit, or maybe more than that. It's not that we have 5,000 tests in our project. Probably the test cases are around 700 to 800, or maybe more. If we include unit tests, then there are definitely more. And but most of the coverage comes from how we set up our environment. So different configurations for different deployment configurations create different environment sets, and different suites are selected per environment configurations as well. And we use GitHub's inbuilt metrics-based parameterization to build all these different sub-parallel workflows that we run, and which is what makes our CI time efficient as well. Because overall we run more than 5,000 test cases and still it takes around 30 minutes, half of which, or maybe more than half of that, takes for building the new images for the code changes from that PR and deploying that to a kind cluster. We do, with all these test cases, the problem remains is that the more the test cases grow, the challenges to review those test reports and validating what works and what not, and understanding what has been covered is also a challenge. So we do have separate test reports per workflow, and GitHub provides a really good UI to summarize all these workflows per per job as well. So it's a pretty good platform, and we do also have custom report generators that summarizes a test view of that test run for us to take a look at. I'm also listing out some of the common GitHub actions that we use. These are open source, of course. Feel free to click on the links here and use it for your own use case. Some of the things may be very specific, but then again, feel free. You can fork it, you can use it, and make changes to adapt it to your own needs as well. So we do have common actions like creating a kind cluster, deploying our application on that kind cluster, running the tests, and generating a report. Report generation is using JUnit XML reports. So as long as your test frameworks are creating JUnit reports, you can use the same action. Talking about process. So before we get to how the test cases are generated or anything, I think this is very important to understand how do things are accepted for enhancements or any new feature comes into an open source project. So like I was mentioning, we work under Kubeflow community, and Kubeflow community has this process called KEP, Kubeflow Enhancement Proposal. So everything has to be proposed to the community and has to be reviewed by the community members before anyone works on that. So for all new features, if you request a feature, it has to come through a GitHub issue, and someone or the same person who's creating the GitHub issue can also create a proposal in a particular template. The community provides that template, so you have to follow the template, and whoever is working on that feature first need to create that proposal, and everyone uses AI agents to help write, validate those proposals. And sometimes as human, we can miss things, right? So AI agents also help out in filling in the gaps as well. All of the proposals go through a peer review process, a very extensive peer review process. Community members review it, and maintainers have to review it before those go in. And those are always available in GitHub for references. So you can go to a GitHub, to our GitHub repository, and under the proposals directory, you can find all the proposals that have been proposed since now. And then we start the test planning. Once the proposal has been there, or sometimes, a lot of times actually, in tandem, we also create test plans. It depends on the phase at which the proposal is at. Sometimes the general guidance or the general direction the proposal is talking about is acceptable. So based on that, we can start to create test plans, or the developers start to create the test plans. So the test plans can either be independent. That means it may or may not be tied to a proposal. It depends on whether that feature is an old feature, historic feature that did not have a proposal, or if it's a new feature, then it probably has a proposal. And sometimes some community members do not write test plans. It's an open source community, so we can't enforce people. We can, but we haven't yet. But for that, we do have a very specific test planner agent that we've created in-house at Red Hat, which uses the proposals. And if a PR has already been created with the code changes, it uses the PR to create a test plan, a comprehensive test plan. The test plan follows the same process like proposal, that it goes through a peer review process. Where community members will provide feedback on that, and sometimes we also have a test plan discussion meetings wherein the transcription of that meeting is fed back to the planner agent, and we also feedback the PR reviews to the planner agent to update the plan. So it's kind of semi-automated way of creating test plans. And of course, to the test planner agent, you specify your own context as well. A lot of times as a QA, when I see a proposal, I kind of know what the critical areas are and where do I see the biggest impact being, or the area that I want to be covered, the gap that I want to be covered with these test cases. So I can provide that context to the test planner agent, which then it will incorporate and add it to the test plan. Test plans are available alongside proposals in the GitHub repository, and you can and anyone can go in and refer to those again, just like proposals. So here's an example of once the test plan has been created, what do we do with the test plan? Of course, once it gets created, it goes through the review process. But once the review has been done and it has been accepted and it has been merged into the master, it goes through a couple of steps after that. So one is once the test, sometimes it may happen that there are too many test cases and we don't have time to write and execute all of those test cases. And especially in these AI agentic world, the time is not about implementing a test case. It's more about reviewing and merging those that code change into your main branches, right? So in those cases, what we generally do is we stub out all of the test cases, just like I'm showing it here on the left screenshot. We stub out all of the test cases that the test plan has produced, and we focus on high priority issues first, and we implement the high priority issues so that we get the coverage, we get the confidence that we need in that feature right away. And then we still have the code, unimplemented code within our project facing us every time you go to that project, right? So that we can pick it up in the future and implement it. So that's a two-step process that we follow in order to implement tests within a repository. Talking about how we use AI in development, it's actually an evolving process. It's an ever-evolving process. We are still evolving, and I think speakers before me also alluded to this, that the changes are happening in the industry, and every day it's a new thing. And to be honest, ever since for the past like 1 year, it's been constant learning. things that I learned today, I feel like tomorrow they are going to change. So I have to learn new skills again. So it's an ever evolving process. Um, but just to give you some context around our historic context, at Red Hat, we started off with each developer using AI agents with direct prompts, right? So we used AI just to get used to AI, and then we started to build our own agents, our own skills, and few other things that worked for us. We still use it. We still have things that works for us locally, but we've also started to centralize things, um, because uh, things have got, like, everyone has their own stuff, but we want to maintain some standards. So we started off, the next step, we started off with with what Dimitri was showing was spec-driven development. We had a product, we still have that product. We started off with writing, using AI with spec-driven development. We product will start writing specs for requirements. Um, those will get reviewed by the stakeholders, by the architectures, by product managers, by other stakeholders. And then once those get reviewed, those will get down to the architectures, and architectures will write architectural diagrams and all of that documents as well. So that's how the workflow was with spec-driven development. But I think this was again raised by Dimitri, that this has its own drawbacks, and it involved too much of human effort in there as well. So we haven't really discarded all of that, but utilizing all of that knowledge, we've now come to an end-to-end skill-driven development work where things get initialized via Jira. So in Jira, you add a label. It starts with writing requirements from raw inputs. So based on your Jira, it starts to write your requirements file, and then creates an epics and stories and architectural diagrams, documents gets created along with test plans. So test planner agents also gets kicked off at some point within this workflow. Code implementation happens per story, and but the biggest thing that is still there is that all of these go through human. So in order to increase our confidence, in order to build our confidence into this agentic workflow, right now it goes through a human review process. And that probably will stay until we build our confidence, until we refine all of these AI agents, AI skills to a level where everyone would feel confident enough that AI can approve things on its own. And I think this was alluded by multiple other speakers before me as well, that it's all about orchestrating AI agents and adding guardrails, building confidence, and adding your specific context around what you want as a human from the code, right? And one other thing that I want to mention is that we also have an autofix label, which basically when a Jira ticket gets created and you assign an autofix label, an agent will pick it up and try to create a PR with the fix for that. It works great for smaller tickets and for issues that you really want to be fixed, but sometimes it makes assumptions as well. A very recent example is that recently for our team, it tried to fix a Jira issue that the team felt that should not be fixed. Basically, we want that error to be thrown to the user because we feel that's the right type of error based on the environment configuration. And if things have to be changed then that's a requirement change that should come from product first, rather than AI assuming that this has to be fixed. So of course, it did not have the context. It just did what it was asked to do, but it did not have the full context. So that's why I think building the confidence, building all these contexts is essential in having AI efficiency. And like I was saying, that it's an evolving process. Right now we have this. Maybe a month from now we'll have something else. We don't know. It's an evolving process, and things are changing every day. So once the code gets developed, right, either via this end-to-end skill development or by local agent skills that developers have on their laptops, or using centralized agents or skills, things have to be reviewed. Okay, so when a developer is developing code locally, they can run this code review skill locally, which then suggest changes. The developer can then chat with the AI agent in order to either adjust whatever the code review skill has provided, or accept or decline all those suggestions. Basically, it goes through a code review cycle on the laptop before it goes into GitHub, before the code gets pushed to the remote repository, right? And once it goes into the remote repository, it again goes through multiple reviews. The first is either by by an agent. It can be a Copilot agent or a CodeRabbit code agent, and it can be any other as well. There are multiple other code review agents out there, but for this repo we use Copilot, and internally at Red Hat we use CodeRabbit, which summarizes the PR. Basically, if it helps a lot for other reviewers to review the PR, because it summarizes what the changes are, what the impact area is, and what are the critical things that the agent thinks are within the PR. And it leaves comments with suggestions, which you can directly accept in GitHub, or it also suggests the prompt that you can paste locally in your AI agent and then commit that as your own change. And of course, along with the agentic review, we have the human review still required. So for different packages within our repo, we have owner's file. So different code owners have to approve the PRs, or a maintainer has to review and approve the PR before it can get merged into your main branch. So review is like a guardrail, but of course we also have guardrails in our agent file and Claude MD file, and we also have other skills developed with guardrails that makes it possible or makes it scalable enough for the reviewers to review a PR. It's an open source. Hundreds of PRs can also be raised every week. So our AI skills have to be efficient enough for us to trust. So which is why we've been spending a lot of time in building these guardrails, these custom skills and other agents that help us in making us efficient and in scaling up our AI development work. And one thing I want to share here is that when a PR gets merged, we actually squash all our commits to a single commit. That has helped us a lot in maintaining Git cleanliness. One of the biggest reason is that we fork our upstream to our downstream repository, which Red Hat maintains. Only Red Hat maintains, and rebasing can be a huge difficulty if you have thousands of commits in a single rebase. So squashing commits before a PR gets merged into main branch can help reduce and maintain that cleanliness when you are rebasing. And of course, it also helps maintain Git history, clean Git history as well. You can specifically pinpoint to which PR introduced what as well. So just one suggestion, one tip that I really like from this guideline that we have in the Kubeflow community. So moving on from development to code review, we use AI quite a lot in debugging as well. And personally, for me and for a few other developers at Red Hat and even in the upstream community, analyzing the code and supplementing the context beyond agents and Claude MD file helps a lot in building up the context before you actually start to debug an issue. So you ask the agent to understand the code base. We also have code analysis skills or agent that analyzes the code and understands all the intricacies of your code base. And once it does that, it adds up all of that information to your context alongside whatever you have in your agents in a Claude.md file. And then you start to prompt your agents to debug an issue. You basically start with understanding the problem. You have your own understanding. You ask the agent to also understand the problem. You make some assumptions, agent makes some assumptions, but in the end, you always ask your agent to test and clarify all the assumptions and confirm the root cause by making sure that the tests that the agent have written are either passing or failing based on whatever the problem that you're trying to debug. Once everything is confirmed, you create a Jira ticket, and we use MCPs. So it's a full automated, I guess, semi-automated way of debugging an issue when we do it on our laptops. But like again, that what I was showing before is that we also have full end-to-end workflow where the agents will perform the review of their own outcomes and test and clarify all the assumptions before confirming the root cause and then either creating a PR for that fix or not. So I guess I'm pretty sure this aligns with most of you, and hopefully you can use this as your own when you apply it for your AI efficiencies as well. Some of the learnings that we've experienced with our experience with AI agents: to never trust one-shot output. Always ask it to run it again to not trust the first output that the AI generates. Always question the output and confirm its validity. So I guess it's trust but verify. All right. So whatever the output AI has generated, you review it, you confirm, and question as well whether whatever it's suggesting you is true or not. Add guardrails to your context for things that are allowed to do, things that it should look into, and things that it should not do. And I personally really like to add this to all my contexts, is to never assume and always confirm before presenting to the user. because AI agents have the tendency to hallucinate and start to assume things, even though it hasn't performed any action to confirm or validate whatever is assuming is correct or not. So I do that with all my prompts, even when I'm using ChatGPT, and it works really well for me, and it works well for other people on my team as well. And I can't stress enough on reviews. We are QAs, so we are skeptical of everything. That's how we experienced. That's how we learned, right? To be skeptical of everything, and why not about the AI output as well. So reviews. Add a self-review process to your context. I've provided the link, and this is one of the contexts that one of the distinguished engineer at Red Hat created in and is promoting to add it to every context, is AI context, is to ask AI to review its own output before it presents to the user. So it's a self-review process that the agent has to follow. Review the output yourself. That's one thing that I think as a QA we should be doing within this agentic world, is to review the outputs and making sure that the output is true and is validated as well. And again, peer review. I think that human review factor is what helps build the confidence. And until we get to a point where it understands all the intricacies, the context has everything, but maybe at that point the context will be too huge and the bills will be too high. We've already seen that in our industry, that some companies have already used their AI budget, and I guess it's all thanks to the huge context or the loops that have been created. So it's a balance that we have to follow between human and agentic tokens that we use. And always remember, and like Bianca mentioned this morning, garbage in, garbage out. So whatever you input to the AI agents, it has to be well formatted and provide as much context as possible. I was reading an article the other day. It mentioned two things. First is treat AI agents like a child. It can absorb a lot of information, but to assume that it does not know anything. So it's curious. It wants to learn. So provide that information. Once it learns, it grows exponentially. So basically, it grows into an adult very soon as it learns. But you need to provide that information. So this is one of the skills that I really like, is that I always ask, or you can add it to your context as well. It's a very small prompt that you ask the AI agent to grill you on every small requirement that is out there, so that before it starts to produce output, it has all the information that it requires, and you confirm everything. You confirm and suggest whatever adjustment it needs to make beforehand, before the output has been generated. So this was supposed to be a demo video. Can I request yep, thank you. So this is a demo video of just a small demo video that I wanted to share in showing how we use all of these agents to stub out a test case and probably implement it. I'm not going to show you how to implement it here for the sake of time, but let's just see AI agents in action. I don't think I can play this. Can the team play it for me, please? Okay. Yeah. Oh, uh, do you guys not hear the audio? Okay, so I'm sorry, I have not used this before. I'm not too sure how to. Maybe I need to switch to the speakers here. Sorry, just I may have to switch to the speakers. Give me 1 second. Pre-existing prompt that I have already prepared just for the sake of time. So here I'm asking the test planner agent to customize few things as well, like test disparity, impact assessment, whether the test is already automated or not, and if it is, what type of automation it uses. I've also told it to not add any unnecessary extras. And on top of that, I'm providing additional context, specifically not to assume anything, always confirm with the user before presenting results, and do its due diligence before writing the test plan. So let's submit this. Now that we've submitted this, it's going to spin up two agents, one to analyze the code and the other to create a test plan. Let's fast forward here. I'm just skipping through the time the agent took to analyze the code and generate the test plan. Now that it's finished, it's asking me to create a file, which I'll say yes. And then it's summarizing everything that it has created and will also ask me to review the plan and if I want to add any additional context or adjust anything. To that, I'll just say no and proceed to the next action. So here we can see it created a really good comprehensive test plan with priority, impact, whether it's already been automated or not. So looks good. Now that we have the test plan, we can ask it to start writing test stubs. And since the PR has already been raised for this feature, I can even ask it to start implementing P0 test cases. However, I'll just ask it to write test stubs. I'll actually paste again a pre-existing prompt with all the info. and I'll also add an example of existing test stub as a reference. So let me do that. So I'm asking it to run as a Go developer agent because my test cases are in Go to write test stubs based on the test plan. And here's an example of the test stub that it can refer to. So I'll submit this. And again, let's time skip to the time when this has finished. Okay, so it's done now. Let's look at the test file. As you can see, it has stubbed all the test cases that we asked it to. And now we can ask it to implement these test cases as well. I'm not going to do that here. However, I think you got the idea.
Can we switch back to the presentation? Thank you. I'm still audible, right? I'm assuming yes. Just a glimpse into the future. We have plans to add agents to triage GitHub issues. Basically, whenever an issue gets created by a non-member, we don't exactly want all of the contributors to come in and pick up that item until it has been triaged. So we plan to add some AI agents that will triage the GitHub issues based on its criticality, based on some of the other criterias that we have, like a number of likes and stuff. And before any contributor comes in and picks it up and starts to create PRs against it. The Kubeflow community is building up an agents and skills registry. Our team hasn't started to build an MCP server for our component, but few other components within few other repositories within Kubeflow community have started to build MCP servers for their projects as well. There is a paper out there which talks about efficiencies with as your context size decreases or increases, and there is a perfect balance of the number of the size of agents and CloudMD files. So we do have plans to modularize our agents in cloud.md files so that we also have these agents file per a package or per module that we have within our repository. Ours is a monorepo with multiple language modules in there as well. So we want to modularize our agents in cloud.md file in order for agents, specific agents, to understand that module specifically better. And our centralized agents file would then become like an orchestrator that orchestrates and manages these modularized agents file just for AI efficiency. So these are some of the references that I was talking about, some of my personal open AI agents and skills. You can go through these. If you feel like these are helpful to you, feel free to use it. You can fork it, customize it however you want. Just give me a like on GitHub if you like it. And these are some of the open source projects that I have referred in here. So yeah. Thank you.
Wow, superb, cool, very helpful. And we have a few questions from our audience. Let's discuss them. So Nilesh, our first question: how do you ensure that AI-generated test plans and code reviews remain aligned with the evolving requirements and standards of an open-source project like Kubeflow pipelines?
That's a good question. Currently, we whenever a new enhancement gets created, if it has a proposal, only then it has a test plan. Otherwise, the test cases are generated, and those remain separate, and we don't really align our test plans with the changed requirements, because if it's a changed requirement, then it's an enhancement, and enhancements would go through another proposals, unless it's a small change. And in those cases, we just ask AI agents to update the test plan accordingly. But usually enhancements are, or change requirements are enhancements, and enhancements has to go through a proposal.
Very interesting. Thanks for your clear explanation. Let's see the next question. What lessons have you learned from scaling AI agent integration across a distributed team of contributors? And how do you manage onboarding and training for new developers?
Um, well, there are multiple lessons that we've learned. Some of those that I shared is that every uh, developer has still have a lot of AI skills that works on for their use case, because everyone have their own specialty, uh, and um, they've created skills and agents that work for them. So that's one of the biggest challenge that we have, is to collaborate and consolidate all of these agents into something that works for everyone, that works for the project itself. And for that, that's why the Kubeflow community is working on creating registries, agents and skills registries, so that we can all collaborate on creating those, and everyone can bring in their specialities that works for them, probably works for everyone as well. Um, I guess there's a second part to this question as well. How do you manage onboarding and training? At Red Hat, we kind of live in an AI world. We breathe AI. Um, so it's kind of natural that we get onboarded, because everything is via AI. Whatever manual task you're doing, and if you're doing it every day, or if you are repeating it, then just create any agent or a skill to do that task. So everyone is doing it. So I don't know, it comes as natural to us. And of course, there are multiple resources that are available. There are training courses that gets assigned to new employees as well, to understand how AI works, right from the basics to advanced courses. So those are there as well.
Oh, really? Cool. Thanks for your explanation. And the last question. What strategies do you use to monitor and mitigate potential biases or errors introduced by AI agents in the development and testing processes, especially given the collaborative and transparent nature of open source projects?
Give me a couple of seconds to think, to understand this question. I guess during my presentation, I was talking about reviews and questioning the outputs, right? So that does not just apply to a QA or to anything, right? So, and I think speakers before me also mentioned that everyone is a full stack engineer at this point, right? So you are responsible, and especially at Red Hat, you are every engineer is responsible for testing as well. So they have to follow those processes. And even in open source, PRs get created, and we do not allow AI hallucinations or AI slop to be submitted. And we have guardrails against AI slop. So if we find any AI slop, then that's like a flagged thing for that contributor. So every contributor understands that the quality has to be high before they create a PR. So whether they run reviews on their local or they review it themselves, the quality has to be high. It can't be just a AI slop that they push in and ask for reviews on. And of course, we have 200 plus GitHub workflow checks that also runs and validates before anything gets merged into master.
Wonderful. Nilesh, thank you for your excellent, brilliant presentation, for your clear, professional answers, and for taking the time to join us. Your experience and knowledge made your talk truly valuable for all conference participants. Thank you for the inspiration and for sharing your professionalism with our audience. Folks, if your questions aren't answered, don't worry. Our speaker will respond to everyone in writing as soon as possible. Remember, our amazing contest is in full swing, and you can still score awesome prizes by completing the contest rules. Follow us on social media to learn more and join the fun.
Thank you.
Please wait a little. We'll get back to you in a moment. Please wait a little. We'll get back to you in a moment. Please wait a little. We'll get back to you in a moment. Please wait a little. We'll get back to you in a moment. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly reminder about a fantastic competition for all attendees, featuring great prizes for those who complete the contest terms. Only condition is, tag us in Summit in any social platform, then win a prize. More tags, more chances. Good luck. Let's welcome our honorary speaker, an outstanding computer systems engineer and ISTQB certified tester with an impressive 22 years of experience in software testing. His management talents have been demonstrated as a head of quality engineering, EPAM NEORIS, and QA delivery manager, where he successfully led large teams and ensured the steady development of projects, as well as in his pre-sales specialization, creating innovative solutions for clients. Thanks to his leadership in process improvement, Six Sigma, and his unique philosophy of balancing the interests of management, clients, and the team, he inspires colleagues to pursue professional growth and achieve excellent results even in the most challenging conditions. Meet Marco Arevalos.
Hey everyone, I hope you're having a very good day and a very good Tuesday. And thanks for the presentation. And thanks for the opportunity to talk a little bit with you in this occasion, very special occasion. Let's continue with the program. I want to talk with you a little bit about human and AI synergy. How can we work with excellence and in synergy between humans and AI? So let's move to the next slide. A little bit presentation that is was already done, but very briefly, I was born and raised in Colima, in Mexico. I'm located in Mexico. As I am a computer systems engineer, I used to be certified and Six Sigma trained as a leader and as a champion with more than 23 years in experience in software testing. And IT projects in general, with projects along USA, Mexico, and other latitudes, South America, etc. I currently work on pre-sales. I'm a QA pre-sales manager for IPAM Neoris here in Monterrey. Let's begin with the talk. This is the agenda for today. The idea is to talk a little bit about the hype, the hype that AI is currently having nowadays not only on the IT area, but in every area in the world, in every business, in every educational business, e-commerce, etc. How can we manage that? How can we manage the hype to make it successful and go beyond that, right? Explain what we can do, how we can do it, how can we define what AI can do, what we should do, etc. And then we move that to the testing landscape, how to review what to do, and decide what AI should touch and what should not. So let's talk a little bit beyond the hype. This is basically an example, right? It's pretty common, and we've been talking about that during today on how many times it happens that we start with using AI for a specific task. We use it, for example, to create test cases, to execute them. We found that although the test case was marked as pass, we still see the feature broken, right? Uh, why that happens? Sometimes it's pretty common that the information that we input to the AI is not correct, right? And AI optimizes the output of what we describe, what we as humans describe, and that's not necessarily always the output we need. Uh, Sometimes AI doesn't know what the software is supposed to do for a real user. It only goes to the requirements, read the prompt, and make whatever we describe. But only us are the ones who know what the real user needs, what the business needs are, and sometimes that way we have a gap between the answer or the output from the AI and the output we really need. And let's say that that is something that is not necessarily need to be fixed. It's actually the reason why we're still here. It's the reason why we should try to work in a synergy between humans and AI. So let's put a little bit more detail on that. Some quotes that we commonly use in the projects. In my case, when I work in pre-sales, I listen a lot of them from customers, from commercial team, from other teams in terms of what they expect from AI to do and what they really need to expect, what they like for the AI to do, and what is the reality of that. For example, we have some examples there, right? The hype claims that AI generates a comprehensive test coverage automatically. Although it is partly true because it really generates coverage on what is described on the documentation, what is described on the documents, on the prompt, on the context that we provide. But if there are some things, some features that are not documented, they are not going to be considered, and that is not going to make the coverage 100%. So that's where that's exactly the part where the human interaction should come. Also, AI-powered testing find bugs that human miss. Uh, Same as the last one, it finds no pattern deviation, right? Fastly, and it found it faster. But some failures that need context, that need business context or real user context are going to be invisible for the AI. And that's where we still need a human to validate that. The next one is the adopting AI copilots to reduce the headcount. This is pretty common with customers that are looking to use AI to reduce cost or to reduce effort. Same, it is partially true. It's more like that's something that creates a little anxiety in some terms. So what actually happens here is that when a team adopts AI, the demand for repetitive execution drops. This is the demand for very repetitive tasks, for example, regression execution, some test data creation, etc., drops because the AI is taking care of it. But the demand for a strategic QA for really critical scenarios verification increases. So the persons who define what gets to be tested, who reviews the AI output, what makes the call to review is releasing a software is safe or not. That is the person who becomes more valuable. In this case, are the testing and the testers, the humans, right? So the teams, some teams have been struggle with that treatment and think AI will replace and skip the governance layer. But the teams that really thrive are the ones that will deploy the senior tester into the strategy and review role. AI doesn't reduce the need for good QA judgment. It only amplifies the consequences of not having it. This is it cuts the time for repetitive execution, but the demand for strategic QA actually increases. Also, high coverage, high AI coverage score means your release is safe. This might be the most pretty dangerous to believe. The coverage score measures the execution rate. This is how many executions you are having. It tells you how many paths were exercised, but doesn't say nothing about if you are testing the right paths or not. It's just the number of the amount of tests, but not if they are necessary or they are correct. Nothing about if the test assertions are meaningful, nothing about if the scenarios reflect real user behavior. So some things might have 90% AI generated coverage, but having critical production failures after the release. Why the test pass? Because some features that were covered or were badly written or the specs were not really clear, and just because you were testing a lot of the scenarios doesn't mean you were testing the right ones. So that's something that we need also to be careful and consider when we're working with AI on our testing process. So let's apply some of those ideas to some of the types, the testing types that we commonly use in a daily basis. And remember, those claims are not really alive. They are most like are incomplete. And the difference between incomplete and precise is exactly what we're going to talk in these examples. For example, on manual test, AI can draft test cases from specs, suggest some exploratory directions, review document defects faster that any human can do right now. That's a fact. But what it cannot do is perform a genuine exploratory testing, the kind of testing that where the human touch is really necessary, because that feeling when you are testing an application and that feeling you have when something is wrong and you go deep into this, right? Because the stakes were not really clear there, but your intuition is something that AI cannot replace. So that exploratory judgment and usability are things that the human should retain. On the API testing, AI can help us on contract generation from specs, some negative test cases generation, response schema validation. AI is very good on all those items. But what it can do is the business logic, right? Review, understand, and review the business logic, and something that it fails, it has direct impact on the business. So an API can return a result with the wrong data, but that is technically passing because of the spec it is right. But catching those calculations or data flows requires more knowledge than the right data looks like. And when we talk about test automation, um, this is maybe where AI is more used and more mature today. You can generate scripts from user stories, self-heal, uh, have the scripts self-healing when there's any change or detect some patterns. These are real productivity gains because we have, I think it's where AI is more used nowadays, but the decision of what to automate and what not to automate, that's still a judgment call. That's still something that we should be reviewing because if we automate, automating is pretty expensive to create and to maintain. So we are doing the wrong, automating the wrong things, the wrong scenarios. It might become just more expensive, and AI doesn't know what's expensive and what is right and what is wrong to automate. So that's something we should maintain as a human task. Uh, Pretty similar to performance test, but this is more on the results. We can use AI to create load scenarios to detect some anomalies or some incidents there. Uh, but the interpretation of the results is something that the human should still do. AI can help us to generate some reports, to flag some items that they think that the AI found as a deviation of as an incident, but the human should go check those flags and review if the results are correct or not. That depends on that interpretation should still be done by a human. Um, Same for security. Security is pretty common that we have checklists, also in non-functional in general. Uh, some checklists that you can automate, that you can go and review how AI can handle those pretty well. Uh, but the risk prioritization, threat modeling, understand what the vulnerability matters most, uh, the risk assessment for them, or how to review it on with a specific environment, and that's something human should cost, and AI doesn't have the judgment to do that. Uh, Also, we can talk about some similar examples, but for some specialized domains. For example, if in the case of mobile, AI assists creating a device matrix planning, visual regression across OS versions, script adaptation, etc. Those are tasks that AI can handle very well. But the physical experience of using your app as a real device with a slow network, with real battery constraints, bright sunlight, that still requires a human to review. A human with a device in his hands, in their hand, that can uh, review all those things that have to be more with the user experience rather than with the specs of functionality. Uh, Similar case for localization. AI can assist string and format validation, currencies, some language, and etc. Those are things that AI can help us to test pretty well. But what about the cultural items, cultural appropriateness, some tones and registers, some regional dialects, some words that it's pretty common in Spanish. That depending on the country, some words might have similar or different meanings. Uh, and in some countries, a single word might be appropriate, but might be offensive in other ones. That's something that is not pretty easy for AI to detect it, or you should be very careful when you review those type of items. Having calculation of currency, taxes, etc., is pretty good for AI. But there are some cultures and experience within country-specific items that a human should review. And in those cases, we are asked humans in that particular country to review them. Same for accessibility. Another example is pretty good for scanning. For example, scanning the WCAG compliance, some contrast checking, some font size, some type of fonts that are readable or easy to read. That's good for rule checking. But those real-world scanners doesn't compare with what a person that really needs those type of stuff are using. How they feel when they're using it, how easy it is for a real person to use it. That's something that a tool cannot simulate. And pretty quick for enable embedded software and IoT. There are protocols, log patterns analysis, simulation of scenarios where AI can contribute very meaningfully. But hardware, software, interaction, and the edge, some edge cases in there, some critical systems, sign off, environmental, etc. They need a human judgment. I remember a case here. We have a customer here in Mexico. They have a lot of stores everywhere. Uh, they were asking in their point of sales systems. They have an issue, a very particular issue, where one of the cashiers were using the point of sales system. For some reason, he hit the enter key like 20 times repetitive. So what happened is that the the point of sale was blocked, was on the block for some reasons they couldn't find. So the customer asked me if AI can find defects like that. So I told her that it is also very difficult for a human to find a defect like that. Because that's something that you cannot prevent. You cannot foresee that a user will do that. But rather than tell her that we can have the AI looking for things like that, our suggestion was let's have AI doing repetitive tasks, repetitive scenarios, some automation, and let's keep the humans doing that type of stuff, right? The edge cases, try to find edge cases, try to find critical scenarios that can be impact in any of your point of sales or your other systems. So uh, that's something that happened recently with a real customer that we should mark very well the difference for the customers. So where we can use AI that will provide value, and where it's better to have a human reviewing it. So the customer agreed with that, and we have a, a good experience with them. And also on the dev workflow and ML systems, protocol validation, log patterns analysis, simulation is where AI can contribute. But under architecture, cross-training strategy, etc., something as well that is better to have a human doing that. And The last one is pretty interesting because it's testing AI and AI system, and it's basically having AI testing AI. It's something we're doing with it actually, but definition what is correct looks like what is correct for a language model, what fairness judgment we should have, uh, establishing the ground truth, as we said on the prior example with our customer. Those are things that humans should decide, right? We are in a domain where the tool and the thing being tested are the same type of system. So the human look is not optional here. I mean, there should be a human in the middle controlling and especially with a good judgment of what should we do and what should not be done. Okay, the next one. This is pretty common also that we find or we get caught on a passive acceptance state. And this is a problem that if a team is using AI, that's not the problem. But not, the problem is not use is to use AI. Is how we are using it. Uh, Most of the teams encounter that what they call the tool produces and the team ships or use it as it is produced. Nobody asks why. Nobody questions what the output is, and that might be that is a potential problem for every project. For example, if an AI generates 200 test cases, someone have to review them, right? See how that they look reasonable, add them to the suite, and the pipeline goes green. The teams feel good because they have 200 new cases, but uh, the defect slips into the system. We start finding some defects that are on test cases because the test cases were done with the incorrect context, right? So passive acceptance is not something. It's not something like most on the humans' reaction or not. It is more how we design how AI is going to interact with the workflow we have. Maybe nobody told the team to review with detail the AI output. Uh, Nobody put a review stage in the process, and nobody defined what is a good output and what is not. Uh, so basically, as the output comes, we trust the AI and put it on the switch. So the passive acceptance is basically we can use or we use the output as it is without reviewing it. We have full confidence on the coverage curve without checking if what it is testing is the right thing we need to test or not. Failures surface in production because although we are doing a lot of tests, so we're executing uh, huge coverage. Uh, we are not really testing the right thing we need to, and well, the judgment erodes over the time. So, what we need to do here, active, move to passive acceptance to active calibration. What it is, active calibration? Well, having AI to explain its reasoning before you accept its output. That's something you can do, and we will see some examples. Also, it's not just about review the result; it's review the logic that the AI followed to create the output. Gaps get surfaced and investigated before release, and human judgment compounds over time. You get better working, uh, or you get better at working with the tool because you understand what it is doing. You get training on how AI works, and also AI gets trained on what you need. So with the time, uh, you will have better outputs with less effort. You will know how to create the proper prompt to get the output you need and to get the test cases that needs to be executed. Not only a huge amount of test cases just because you need have a full coverage. So the fix isn't less AI. It is make AI explain itself before you trust it, and that the entire premise. That's the entire premise of our next section. So can we make AI explain itself? First, show your work. Require AI to explain why a test case exists, not just what it does. I can see what a test case does, but why? Why you create that one? We need to make sure we understand that before we accept that test case. Also, we have logic audits. Um, ask AI to list the assumptions that it makes and that could not verify. Those gaps are where we need to take a look to. The next one is risk calibration. Uh, have AI argue against its own output. Have AI reviewing what AI output was. And this case, we can surface some edge cases that the first run had missed. And also confirm that AI understood what the business purpose is, not just the technical specs, but also how can we trust in the results in terms of the business needs. Uh, think of this way: if you hire a junior QA engineer, they handed your 200 test cases with no explanation of their thinking. You ask questions. You want to understand what risk they are targeting, and they execute and why. Uh, where they were uncertain, the same standard are applying to an AI explanation. It's not nice, it is a quality gate. And same as we can ask a tester, a human tester, to explain what they are doing, we can do the same with AI. So let's talk a little bit detail with this. Show your work. This is basically the first model and the simple one, and maybe one of the most powerful. Before you accept the AI, in this case, require AI to to explain why it was generated, why does it matter, what value add to uh, to the test cycle. Because if the AI cannot explain the test case, that test case should not be executed or should not be considered, or you might not trust on that one. And if the explanation doesn't match with your understanding of the system, then that might be wrong, right? So make sure to do that. This is a prompt. We can see a prompt on screen as an example where we ask the AI to generate, and I'm going to read it, generate test case for the checkout flow. For each test case is explained first what requirement or risk it targets. Second, why this input combination was chosen. And third, what the expect behavior tell us about the system design. Do not generate cases you cannot explain. This way, at the same time, uh, we use we ask AI to create test cases. We're also making sure that we have the explanation of each one of them. That's something we have to review as at the same time we are reviewing every test case, and that with that review and of judgment, we will decide if that test case will be part of the test suite or not. This prompt shifts you from passive acceptance to active acceptance review in seconds. You are not just looking to what the AI produce. You are evaluating if the AI understood what you are asking. Next one is the logic audit. After AI generates a test suite, the second model is this one. Every AI model makes assumption when generating test cases. Normally, those assumptions are invisible. They are inside in the output with no signal that they were made. The logical audit forces those assumptions to the surface. So this is a prompt that we can use to review that. Basically, ask the AI to review the test suite that AI just generated. List first every assumption you made about the system behavior and that was not stated on the spec. Second, every scenario you excluded and why. And third, areas where you had low confidence on your output. Flag those explicitly for a human review. When you review that output, the items that the AI flags, those assumptions that couldn't verify, the scenarios that were excluded, and the areas where the same AI is not very confident, those are exactly what you have to go and check, right? And use your QA engineer experience to focus on the review. Not only spread across everything, focus precisely on what the AI told you that it was not sure about. Risk calibration is another one, and is one that generate more conversation when we talk with the teams. It generates when AI generates a plan, you ask it to argue against its own output. This is AI reviewing itself. what what you get back is very useful because the AI often surface some edge cases and missing a scenario that didn't include in the first pass. That's not something, mindful is something you can ask just by a simple prompt. And it's basically using the same prompt but with different kind of reasoning. As an example, we can use this. That is, you just generate this test plan. Now act as a senior QA engineer. Very important to define the role. A senior QA engineer who is skeptical of it, right? This is, you are asking the AI to be in a more reviewer mode. Identify first the three most likely ways this plan will miss a critical defect in production. Second, any test case that test implementation details in terms of user-facing behaviors. And third, scenarios that should be added if we have one more day. Be specific, not generic. So, more importantly, this forces you to make deliberate decisions instead of passively accepting the first draft. You are actively deciding whether it's critical and valid, and what to add and why. Important to understand why. That is the active calibration. And the last one that we review is the domain translation check. This one is also critical as the other that we review, and it's also the one that we used to skip more often. AI output is only domain aware of the context you provide. Most teams provide technical context, user stories, acceptance criteria, API specs, etc. But very few teams provide business domain context. What this feature actually does for the user is uh, that if we found business failure, or it will cost a lot for the business, same as for regulatory specs. So we can use it. We can use a prompt like this. Before I accept these test cases, summarize in a plain English language what you understand about the business purpose of the feature main test, the type of user who would encounter a failure, and the business impact of the top three defects this suite aims to prevent. If your summary is incomplete or incorrect, revise the test cases before I review them. This is especially critical in regulatory industries like banking, healthcare, insurance. If AI doesn't understand the regulatory context of what is being tested, technically perfect test cases can be completely wrong because they are not domain specific. It's also critical for localization, accessibility, and any other domain where the human context of use is as important as the technical specification. So ask the AI to show you what they understand about the domain, and if the summary is wrong, it's possible that the test cases are wrong. So you should take a look into that and ask them to redo the work. So this is basically how we can decide. We know we've been talking about what AI can or can't do, what AI should do, and what the humans should remain to be doing, and some of the models that we review. Now, every testing task in your organization might fall in one of those three buckets. Things that you should delegate to the AI, things that you should retain as a human, and things that you can do in collaboration with the AI. For example, what we can delegate to AI, we can delegate regression execution, test data preparation, some log patterns analysis. These are repetitive, high volume tasks where speed matters more than the judgment, right? Where the failure might not be very with a high impact if we look into this and we make sure that they are well designed. So you can let the AI run this continually and supervise and review the results. But why? Because doing that is going to be faster and reliable than if you were doing it manually. What you should retain as a human: testing strategy, acceptance criteria definition, the risk sign off, client communication, and judgment of the ambiguity. So there are no things. These are things that you should not delegate. Not because the AI can produce something like that, or that looks good for the test strategy or release decision. It can do it, but the accountability for those decisions should be human. The person who signs off on the release is responsible for that release. You should not, or you cannot outsource that responsibility to an AI model. And finally, in what task we can collaborate? AI can generate test cases that a human reviews before they go into the test suite. Risk prioritization that a human validates against business context. Self-healing selectors, but with an audit trail so you can know what was changed and why. And everything in this column go to a human checkpoint. Everything, every output should get reviewed. The most common failure mode I've seen in the teams is refusing adopt AI. Teams start to collaborate in a column over time under the delivery pressure and drift towards to the delegate column. So tasks that used to be or used to have a human review stop getting it. The output is not questioned, and that's where we start having troubles with the products. So the warning signs are simple. Someone of your team is asking, what does the tool say in test instead of what does the result mean? We should redefine that. So three movements you can do with your team. First, audit. Map your current AI usage against your your framework, we just look at the delegate, contribute, and retain. Uh, you don't need a spreadsheet, you need an honest conversation with your team. What are you letting AI to do unsupervised, and then what things you should have with your with a human checkpoint? Find one task that you can delegate and bring it to the review step, just one. Also, that's as that. Also, document what your team trusts in the AI terms. It answer what outputs require human sign-off before action, and you can put those type of stuff on the collaborate column. Single page, just write what type of thing you can get collaborate with AI and whatnot, and put them on the column that where it belongs. And also measure. You can start replacing a metric, a single metric. Uh, do the review, for example, coverage score generated by AI. You can replace it with the production incident rate since you start adopting AI. What the spaces were created, replaced with the time that the QA freed up strategy, and what are you doing with that time? Maybe pick one of the metrics that the high accelerate and replace it with one that really adds value. None of them require what's the problem. Those are things that you just can do, adjusting your test strategy and start using the AI in the proper way. So finally, what is the practitioner advantage? It's not really uh, at the beginning of the talk, we review how many times we have seen something that some test cases that the AI created, they pass, but the features still broken on production or in the software. So it's not what the team automates the most is actually the team that knows exactly what to automate. It's not only using AI by itself, is to know where to use it, what to review from it, and what things we should maintain doing as humans. Beyond the height is not only a destination, it's a practice, and practitioners are the ones that get there. Teams should discipline is something that the tool shipped it is not the vector document. It builds in the fields. We can learn through the mistakes, but the important thing is that we know where to use it, what things we can leverage to the AI, and what can we maintain as using it. And that's basically my conclusion. This is a practice you should work with. Understand what the AI can help you with, what things you can let unsupervised, and you can trust on AI to maintain unsupervised. In what tasks you can collaborate in synergy with the AI, and what other tasks you should keep as a human. The things that you should decide what to do, what to create, what to approve, what to accept, or what to reject. Those are things that the human should. The thing that is important that you get together with your team and decide on those three pillars. Well, that's it from my side. Thanks a lot for your attention. And if you have any comment or questions, we can start reviewing them.
Hi, Marco. Wow, superb. I'm confident that your presentation has been extremely valuable for our audience. Great job. We have received a few questions from the platform. Let's discuss them. So, Marco, our first question. Can you share specific examples where integrating AI copilots into testing workflows helped uncover defects that would have been missed by either fully manual or fully automated testing?
Okay, well, yeah, on the same, really we will be talking about, AI copilots doesn't typically uncover defect on their own. What they do is expand our coverage and speed the point where the human reviewers can focus their attention on higher risk areas that otherwise will get skipped due to the time constraints. So, for example, if you are doing performance tests, uh, AI assist logs some analysis. The AI analyze some results and will flag something that found not normal or some incident that they identify, but they just flag it, right? In response, for example, there is a time variance that doesn't look good for the AI, and they flag it under the moderator rule. That's not a threshold rate. This is it's a pattern inconsistency. So if you have this fully automated pipeline, the test might pass since the threshold were met. But maybe the manual team will not look into this because they are busy doing other stuff. So the AI surface it flagged it. So if it is flagged on the report, means that you should go and review it. So that's the value added, because something that might have passed automatically or that the team will skip because they didn't consider or they didn't see it in the report. But now that the AI flag it, we can go and check and notice that there might be some memory leak problem or something that uh, might fall into production. And it's the type of reviews that the AI help us to do very well, and that we as humans might override because we are not seeing the reports with the necessary detail.
Very interesting. Thanks for your clear explanation. And the next question, how do you recommend measuring the effectiveness of collaboration between AI and QA professionals to ensure that automation truly complements human expertise rather than diminishing the quality of testing?
Okay, good. You can use actually typical testing measurements. Just uh, make the purpose is different, right? Or make some calibration on what you expect to see. For example, if you measure the defect escape rate, you can start reviewing how in what stage the defects are being found, right? Or you can review if the defects are reaching production or reaching the final user are increasing or decreasing after AI adoption, right? That's the key. You measure the same thing, but you compare before and after AI adoption. Also, the time to detection, in what stages you are finding the defects. If you are now finding defects more on the right side, then you need to do something to move them to the left, right? Also, we expect for the QA engineers to have some time free up based on AI, what AI tasks that we're assigning. So we can review how much time those QA engineers are experienced, how many time they spend on the strategic work rather than repetitive execution. And this basically show if AI is really augmenting the time available time of the engineers, or they are spending more uh, reviewing stuff. Of course, this is something that the time that you might know how many time is being freed up for the engineers, but you also need to review in what is being used that time, because if that time is being used correcting some AI flaws, maybe it's not as efficient as we are expecting. Uh,
Oh, really? Cool, Marco. Thanks for your recommendation. And the last question. What are the main challenges or resistance you have observed from the team when implementing AI copilots into testing workflows, and how did you overcome them?
some things like you hear things like, "Oh, AI is going to replace us," or "I don't trust in what AI generates." Sometimes they believe that it creates more work, not less. And lately, the cost of the tokens, right? Because that's a commercial and a financial stuff that is impacting a lot. But there are some beliefs that we should address. We have to show, for example, in on AI, and the first one, the AI might replace us. We have to be very clear and concrete on what. As we've been talking in today, what AI is going to cover and why it is not, where what tasks are going to remain with us as human QA engineers, and where is AI taking care of. So that's basically uh, something that we should be clear and concrete telling the team. Also, trusting on what it generates, and that's something that we were talking today as well. You should not trust it blindly. You should be accountable in reviewing them. Uh, we talk about the show your work, logicality, restoration, and domain translation about this. And as tools or as models that we can use to make sure that what we are getting from the AI, the outputs we are getting are trustable, or we should review with less time to make sure they are useful for us. Uh, it's very similar to the other one, where we think that it creates more work, not less, and happens when AI is added on top of the process instead of replacing parts, right? We have the process and we have to make sure what part of the process is the AI going to do by itself, or what others are going to collaborate with them, and what others are remain with us. So that's basically part of the adoption that requires the subtraction of some tasks, not just the addition, right? This is not an additional task, is how can we replace a task with other. Well, the last one I mentioned, the cost of the token, something that we have to consider. Right now, as of today, it's kind of difficult to measure or to estimate in a proactive way the tokens we are going to use, but it's something needs to be considered and ensure that, that's something that reinforces the idea that when we use AI, we have to use it in task or in part of the process that really add value, because it's becoming a little bit expensive with the time. So that's basically something that I have here as a resistance ideas and things that we can, how can we get right with.
Thank you, Marco, for your excellent presentation and for your outstanding answers to the audience's questions. Your insights on strategically integrating AI copilots into testing workflows, as well as the importance of balancing automation with human expertise, are inspiring and open up new opportunities for professional growth. Thank you for your contribution and for sharing your experience and vision for the future of testing. Follow us on social media to catch all the cool stuff. Don't miss our special challenge. Stick around and join the fun. We've got awesome talks from our speakers, fun contests, and cool prizes.
Folks, we're excited to announce a fantastic competition for all attendees, featuring great prizes for those who complete the contest terms. Only condition is Tag us and Summit in any social platform, then win a prize. More tags, more chances. Good luck. And are you ready to meet our next speakers? Okay. So our speaker is a software testing team leader with 15 years of experience in CRM, healthcare, multimedia, finance, and travel domain. She is an expert in functional testing, CRM analysis and testing, as well as Salesforce administration and testing. She holds certifications as a Salesforce Associate, AI Associate, Administrator, and Sales Cloud Consultant. She is an author and mentor in Salesforce testing, an initiator of JS-based automation on Salesforce projects, and has experience developing SaaS product testing strategies and integration testing. Meet Elena Ulyanova.
Hello, guys. Thanks.
But hold on, it's not a solo talk, because now we're about to be joined by a senior software testing engineer with 3.5 years of QA experience, primarily focused on Salesforce functional testing in Agile projects. He holds certifications as a Salesforce Certified Administrator, Salesforce Associate AI, ISTQB Foundation Level, Copato Robotics, and Copato Fundamentals. Why? In his work, he pays attention not only to the product's functionality but also to ensuring that the technical implementation meets high-quality standards. Kamil Bogdanovsky, Elena, Kamil, go ahead. Over to you.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining and listening to our topic today. Today, together with Kamil, we'll talk about Salesforce and AI and Salesforce testing. So we need to think how to test it nowadays, what we need to learn, what tools we need to choose for testing purposes. And first of all, let's check actually what features we need to know about Salesforce, AI Salesforce, and tools for Salesforce testing. As a general process of testing Salesforce applications, we need to distinguish two parts. First of all, we need to know all the Salesforce features related to AI. In our case, these are AI solutions within the suite of tools built into Salesforce Customer 360, which help us to create and set up business workflows more effectively. That's Agentforce, Einstein Copilot, Einstein One Studio, as an example. And we also need to think about those tools which help us to test Salesforce application. And these tools which try to reduce test maintenance, generate test scripts automatically, predict risks with the help of AI. So all these actually well-known tools for those who are testing Salesforce already have the AI features inside. I can tell here about the Agentforce Testing Center. It's a separate tool, but we need to speak about. It's Promark, Copato robotic testing, tool from Trisensis, like AxleQ, and of course, we can speak about some custom testing frameworks. So all known tools for automation testing of Salesforce applications nowadays also have AI features inside. And we can speak about some common features within each tool. To learn Salesforce AI features, we need to go to Trailhead or Agent Blazor, as it is called, to learn all related to AI in Salesforce. In Trailblazer, you can find the path how to go through several steps to gain the Agentforce certification. So you can become the champion of Agentforce when you learn some features of AI within the Salesforce. Then you can proceed with the innovator page, and you can also be a legend of Agentforce and be prepared for Agentforce certification. All this stuff here works as we usually do with all Salesforce features. We use the authentic Salesforce resources to learn these features, and we practice how to use them within our application. When we're speaking about test automation tools, like I've said before, we can speak about some common features and some differences within them. So let's assume we have the comparison matrix of some automation tools for Salesforce. The most common are Prova, robotic testing, and a tool from Tosca. Like an example, there are more, but it's enough to have the division of features of 3 of them. Agentforce Testing Center is a separate tool because it was created to test the AI Salesforce features inside the platform. So how the agents are set up, can create the test cases using the AI-driven features and automated scenarios testing. So what about the other tools? They also have common features like AI-driven test case generation, AI-driven execution, some AI self-healing features, and some difference, like, for example, Prova has its own assistant, or, for example, intelligent is data generation using Salesforce metadata, like, for example, QAHub robotic testing tool has smart run analysis, and etc. But the most common features are AI-driven test cases generation from requirements. It is the intelligent test execution using AI features, and it is self-healing and some risks predictions. All these features we also can think when we just set up the testing process within the project. And if we don't want to use the commercial tool for automation testing within our project and within our project's SDLC, we can also think about some customer solution. And here we can speak about customer framework for testing using AI features. And here I can pass the word to Kamil.
Thank you, Elena, for your presentation. Let me now take over and let me talk about the tool, the framework that I created. But before that, let me share the story, my story, and the main basically trigger thanks to which we could, or I could develop this application. So as we all probably agree, there are some tasks within our QA activities that we like more. There are also those that are not, let's say, our favorite ones, right? And in my opinion, maintaining the test cases, unfortunately, is one of the latter. And it's not about the process of creating them, it's rather about the process of maintaining them. And it's more about the silent monster that we usually have to face, the change. And I'm more than sure that you were definitely in the situation that constantly changing UI, different variations of ICs, unfortunately resulted in extra time that you have to spend to updating the test cases, the silent activity that we have to do, but we are not vocal about this. But at the end of the day, this is our time, our work that has to be done, right? And the time, unfortunately, that we usually don't have. So apart from maintaining test cases, writing them, we also have other activities, right? We also have to manage the risk. We also have to plan the test basis, think about the coverage. And usually those activities are left for other times, the times that sometimes do not happen because we are buried under writing and maintaining the documentation, right? And that's quite wrong, if you ask me, right? That we have to sacrifice something just because we need to spend more time on writing and maintaining the documentation, right? Because of other priorities that are coming due to lack of time. And in my opinion, this is quite a great use case to work on, right? This is how it started. So at the beginning of this year, it got me thinking, right? We have tools, we have AI, which is still improving, no doubt about this. So I set myself a challenge. So let's find out if we can leverage some of those activities to those tools, to AI, and at least get some time back, right? Or save some time. And that is spent on the writing and maintaining the documentation, and maybe redelegate this time to activities that means no less, right? Like managing the risk or planning the test basis. So I spent some time on planning this, thinking about the architecture, having basically the idea in my mind, and I started vibe coding this. The first checkpoint I set on myself was just to find out if we can generate the test cases with this. I succeeded, that's correct, but at the end of the day, just generating of the test cases, it's nothing revolutionary, I would say, right? Because when you check the browser, when you write something like test cases generator, probably you will find hundreds of programs, agents, skills that you can just reuse, and that's it, right? So I craved for more. And after some months of work over this, still as sort of my own challenge after project duties, the picture completely changed. So the current state of this framework, of this application, is not just test cases generation. It's what actually the slide says. So it's one acceptance criterion that is translated into a full reason suite. And it's what actually hides behind this, right? So it's a business validation of the ticket, it's a context storage and management system. It's, of course, test cases and steps generator, but it's also playwright automated scripts generation, as well as test runner, because we have scripts, that's fine, but still you would need to find a tool, teach the people how to use it, right? How to use playwright, right? So I decided to create one app, one framework that is combined of all of those, right? And as the slide says, now the app is actually translating one acceptance criterion to a full reason suite of positive, negative, boundary, and edge test cases, and actually it's quite customizable. So whatever you can think of, whatever, let's say, restrictions you think of, you want to add to the test cases, you want to add to the process, you can do this, because the process is basically the agentic workflow. So it's basing on the instructions, it's basing on the prompts. So I created in a way how I see this. But each project is different, right? You have your own rules, you have your own restrictions. Some projects are, let's say, more lenient. Some of them are more, let's say, serious about some cases. So that's why every single project has to be customized in each own way. That's why users should have such option, right? And that's it. That's the framework. But I mentioned something like the context management system. You can ask why it is important to build, right? When we work with AI, we work within the AI sessions. When we work over some case during one session, AI usually tends to remember what about what we work, right? But after 5 sessions, after 10 sessions, if we don't have context sharing, the chances are very slight that AI will still remember about what we were talking some time ago, right? So it got me thinking, right? If we just, for example, process one ticket, AI learns something from this, right? Something good, sometimes something bad, but it learns, right? It burns token, it uses tokens on to find out about some specific traits, some specific quirks. But if we just leave this within the session, the knowledge is lost, right? The next time we process a similar ticket, we process similar idea, if we don't keep this information somewhere, the data is lost. So when we have the framework that is working, for example, over some tickets, some of the tickets may be under the same epic, some of the tickets will be touching the same area, I would say. So if after processing one ticket we learn something important, something interesting, why we should not to keep this, right? Why we should let AI forget about this? If we can just build sort of a library, right? This was my concept here. So I created the library within the framework, or this app. So whenever we process a ticket, and the ticket is of specific area, we either create or we use sort of the specific library. In Salesforce, to those who are aware, we have some objects. We have, for example, account, contact, etc. So if we process a ticket about the account, if AI learns something while processing of this ticket, why we should lose this information? We can create a specialized team of agents. Let's call it library. That is called, for example, account specialist. That can assist us next time when we process ticket of similar area, of similar object, right? Right. So that's why this really matters, because the next time, if we spend millions probably of tokens for the first time, we don't need to spend as many tokens again during processing the new ticket, right? Because context optimization really matters. For those who have some expertise in using AI so far, probably you agree with me that context management really matters because of the context windows we have in models, because of the let's say speed of the process, right? We need to manage and we need to decide what context we want to, let's say, pump to the ticket processing, right? In this case, so that is why it's important that the data is not lost, right? And that was the main idea that I had at the back of my head while creating this framework, while working over this application, that we probably, I want that our role as QA will evolve, will change, right? From just people who type the tests, right? We still can do this, right? No doubt about this. But what if we can, let's say, kill two birds at the same with one stone, right? We can spend some time on, let's say, advising AI how to generate the tests. Let's say just giving them direction. But at the same time, we can focus on the areas that our true expertise can shine, right? So the areas that is about planning, that is about thinking about the strategy, managing the risk, or also thinking if the process that we have for testing is good or not, right? So thinking about setting the strategy, let's say reviewing the library that we have as well, that we have the data gained from tickets processing. So just to apply our true QA nature, not just to be buried under the documentation and thinking how much time we have left before the sprint ends, and just trying to meet the end by the end of the sprint, and just to, let's say, complete all of our tasks. Sometimes it's not possible, sometimes it is, but just to have, let's say, some support, some help, and spend our time, our QA time, on things that actually also matter. And that would be sort of like the intro. Now let me demonstrate what this framework really is. So the app is actually, this is the framework, this is the app. So this is the desktop app that you can actually run on your PC or some MacBooks. that actually consists of multiple tabs on the left that are responsible for some management activities. What really matters here is the agentic workflows I mentioned. So the one that is responsible for business validation, which we call BA journey, and the one that is responsible for QA work, so for QA deliverables, that is called QA journey. And how it is processing, you ask. So the idea is just to start with retrieving of the tickets from Jira, from Azure DevOps, whatever service you have. We plan also to have more, but for now it's just those two. And just to decide, do I need to validate the tickets? If the ticket is really good, if our BAs, if our product owners really make the story testable. We know it happens. Sometimes the story are not of good quality. And then if it's before the sprints, the problem is not that big. But if we are in the middle of the sprint and then we have a ticket that is not fully testable, the situation is a little bit worse. So just to praise the shift left approach that we have, we also it's sometimes also within our responsibilities to just check the business requirements, check the acceptance criteria before the sprint even starts. If we have time, we do this. So what if we can just apply our judgment as sort of the instructions? We can fine-tune this, we can make it better, but at least to have some basis according to which the ticket will be, let's say, validated. And this is what this first agentic workflow is, so the BA journey. In the second journey, in the QA journey, we have deliverables from coming basically from our QA job, but I will tell about them later. So, and question how it works, how it is processing this information. So the app is basically just the UI. It's and some automation behind this, but the true AI engine is the IDE that has the AI chat. So you need to connect the project directory. You need to set it up in, for example, Cloud Code or Visual Studio Code with GitHub Copilot or Cursor, and just run a single command. And then the true orchestrations, the true AI magic starts. So for BA journey, it will be process BA journey. For QA journey, it will be process QA journey. And just a spoiler alert here, I'm also actively working on the headless process. So there is no basically need for any IDE. So the app actually will be connecting via the CLI to the providers we have. And basically it will be just running tickets sort of behind the scenes, but with a full, let's say, view of what is actually going on, just to give us, let's say, just to provide this human in the loop within the process. So as I mentioned before, the first thing that each journey starts is to select the ticket. So a single ticket that we need to, let's say, configure. It's configurable with a wizard, so we just need to decide if your project has the integration with, or actually have the tickets management system in Jira, or if it's Azure DevOps. And then you just need to integrate this with a safe integration processes I created, and also configure the mapping. Because, as I mentioned, each project is different. Your data might be kept under different fields, under different mappings. So it's really, really important to just decide where the data coming from Jira or from Azure DevOps goes, to what fields, what extra context you want to share. For example, you have the field, for example, called nodes. It might be trivial for us, but maybe for your project, it brings some additional information that are also important. So why we should skip this information, right? For some projects, it's not important because it's not used. But if the project, for example, use nodes as the extra context, why not to map this field as well? And then when AI processes the tickets, it also has the access to this kind of data. So validation, the business validation, and the further QA journey is enriched with more valuable information, right? So that is why it matters. And since it has to be user-friendly, it's almost all done by the wizard. So we just need to select few things with point and click method, no coding, no, let's say, using any console or anything. Everything is just configured for even non-technical users. So you can just enter and try it out. And when you have the ticket management configured, you can create sort of the local storage in which all of the tickets from your system are placed. And then whenever you are ready to start some journey, either BA or QA, you can just select the tickets that you want to work on and just start a journey. So as I mentioned, we have two journeys, the BA journey that is responsible for business validation, and the other one, which is QA journey, that is responsible for QA activities, I would say. And speaking in details about this, let's start with BA journey. So BA journey at current state consists of 4 different stages. So the first one is ACN entities. So this stage is responsible for, let's say, deciding or actually calculating how many ACs we have, just to create sort of the AC map. Because I'm also quite confident that within your QA experience, you've met the tickets that is basically single AC, but for example, 20 different personas. So then basically it will be maybe just test with just one persona of this one AC, but just to make sure that we have full coverage, it would be advisably to run 20 different, let's say, runs of tests, right? Just to make sure that every single persona has these acceptance criteria covered. So we need to calculate them because it's a real effort, right? It's just to see how many testing runs we need to run. So this is the first stage, just to identify how many acceptance criteria versus the personas we have. The next columns is also about some quality gates, some gates like checking if the story is testable, if it's having both positive but also the negative coverage of the acceptance criteria, because it sometimes happens that usually the positive scenario is covered, but then we don't know what should happen when the condition is not met. And it's also equally important as the positive scenario, right? But sometimes it's missed. We know this. And then the next stage is more, let's say, theoretical gate, which checks the invest score. This is rather, let's say, BA business analyst, let's say, checklist that usually they check. So why not apply this also to our quality gates, right? Just to make sure that the story also meets all or some of the points from the invest method, right? And then to just provide a full summary if ticket is really ready to be processed in the QA journey, right? And if it is, then we can move it there. So we can move it to QA journey, which is a little bit more complex. So in a nutshell, QA journey actually consists of, I would say, 4 phases. So the first 2, the Salesforce exploration and team assignment, are responsible for managing the context, to retrieve Salesforce metadata, to retrieve fields name, field developer names, and also to apply the libraries. Those are libraries that matter. So for example, as I mentioned, if we have ticket about the account object, we don't want to use the library for the object quote because it does not bring any value. For those who are not, let's say, experienced in Salesforce, it's like you are supposed to cook a dinner, but you are taking the book about the aerospace, which probably doesn't bring much value for your dinner. But so that's why the context management really matters. We don't want to pump the AI agent with everything we've got. We just need to pump it with the context that really matters, because at the end someone has to pay for this, right? Tokens consumption nowadays is not cheap, right? We know that the tokens pricing is actually going up. So these activities like context optimization, context management is really important. So if you are going to, for example, build your app, build your framework, build anything you want with agents, don't please forget about context management, because it's really critical for the current agentic workflows, right? Because someone has to pay for this, right? And the cost is one of the most important KPIs, if you ask me, right? Then after managing the context, we have those 3 columns, test cases, test steps, and test scripts, that actually are responsible as the name suggests, for generating test cases, generating test steps, and generating the scripts which are written in Playwright. But just scripts probably is not enough, right? Because you don't know if the scripts are good or not. So there is also an internal column that is called script review that actually identifies what persona we need to check the test cases we generated or the test scripts, and just logs in automatically with Playwright orchestration to Salesforce, to the org, to the QA org, and validates if those scripts are good or not. It goes every single step. It checks if the expected result is met. When there is some problem, when the test case, when the script is stuck on some step, it takes the screenshots, because Playwright also natively supports taking screenshots, right? And then these screenshots, HTML as well, that is retrieved, and also the context of whole script is then used as let's say, sort of fixing, sort of AI agent responsible for fixing the script. So it takes all of these parameters as the context, and it tries to fix these scripts just to make them working, right? And then when AI suggests that the problem is fixed, another round of script review until we have the fully working, fully functioning script meeting all of the expected results, or all of the expected steps, right? And then after we have all of passes, we can go to the knowledge preserve, let's say, phase, that when we have the AI agent that summarizes all of the columns that we processed so far, and it retrieves what is good, what is bad, what it learns, what it should avoid from all of the sessions, from all of the agents, and from all of the columns we had for that ticket. And then it decides what is important and what's not. Then it saves it in the library of the specialized agents, and then we can review this. And that's the first stage of this knowledge preserve phase. The next one is the object journey. Object journey is the column where we create sort of the end-to-end flow for the object, right? So for example, we have the ticket about the account, and it needs to go via specific steps, right? When we are at sprint 1, probably it doesn't matter much. But when we are at sprint 50, 100, 150, our flows are quite complicated. Our transitions are also quite complex. AI probably wouldn't know. If you just give him the ticket, like assuming you have a quote record, right? AI wouldn't know what it means, right? AI would need to have the full path, how to get to the state of having the quote record generated, right? So in this column, in this object journey, we create the end-to-end flow for all of the objects and also cross objects, which is also given as a context for the new runs. So the next time the ticket is processed, it doesn't need to think how to get from point A to point B, because it just is pumped with the graphs, with the transitions between different state of objects. So for those who are working in Salesforce, probably you will understand what I'm saying. So it doesn't need to know that to get to the quote, we need to have the opportunity created, and to have the opportunity created, we need to have the account created, right? And also, meanwhile, opportunity line items. So the flows sometimes are quite complex. AI wouldn't know this, and probably tickets in sprint in 100 or 150 wouldn't contain such detailed information how to get from one place to the other, right? So that's it. That's how the QA journey looks like. And then let's talk about the deliverables, right? The deliverables we have here is, out of all of the important ones, we have the test cases that we have run in the internal test runner. And it's also very simple, because the idea is that even non-technical or not that technical people can run this without, for example, knowledge of some automated testing, right? So the idea is just to have, or just to select the test cases we want to run, to select the org, the page on which we want to apply them. So, for example, run some regression on QA org, or maybe we want to prepare the UAT org for the client, and then to decide how many test cases we want to run at the same time. And it is because Playwright natively also supports parallelism. So that is also what saves time. So instead of just having one tester manually working serially on each test case one by one, we can just run, let's say, 6, 10, 15 test cases at the same time, depending on our internet connection, depending on our internal device configuration, and just to save plenty of time. And the only thing here is to have the working test cases, we need to review them, right? So whenever even AI creates something, even AI is happy with creating something, it still can hallucinate. It was hallucinating, it's hallucinating now, and probably it will be hallucinating, so the human in the loop will be required. So that's why even with the best model we have, still we need to review the test cases. Still, we need to select the test case, run them in a test runner, open them in a visible mode, because this is also what Playwright supports. So we can just see in real time what the automation script does. And that's in that way, you can just review if the steps are really good or not. And if they are not, then you just have to polish them, and you just need to work over the test case, work over the script, and just to meet the expected result. And and the other deliverable that we have is this library of the specialized agents, right? So this is how it looks. So whenever you open the tab responsible for this, you can just see all of the quirks, all of these interesting facts that AI learned so far for some object. So here on the screen, you can see the account specialist team that contains some information so far from processing the tickets I worked on, and you can review them. You can edit them. For example, if there are some not that smart things, I would say, that AI produced, but this is how it works. We have to review this. This is still at the end of the day our work, right? And if you're not happy with the fact that it learned, you can just remove this, right? There is still also the option just to remove something that can confuse the AI in the future runs, right? That's something that can bring some chaos, right? We don't want to have that, so that's why we need to be the auditors as well. This is why our role is evolving. So it's not just, as I mentioned, writing test cases, writing scripts. It's also about reviewing the knowledge we have, right? Or just to add our expertise, save this, not maybe for us, but also for the rest of the team, right? That works on the same project. And that's it, what it creates. So I will probably repeat myself again, but this is really, really important to keep the knowledge, not to waste tokens every single time we process the same thing. Context optimization really, really, really matters. So that's why when AI learns something, we should preserve that. Please remember this very well for your own initiatives, for your own agents, for your own skills, that just to keep knowledge somewhere, just not to lose this, right? Because it's really, really important. And at the end of both processes, of both agentic workflows, we can basically have those mentioned items. So it's ASAE line items. We can see them. We can check how many personas we have. So we can estimate the effort, right, to some extent. We have the test cases, positive, negative, boundary, edge, and whichever you like, right? Whichever you think which are important. Whichever, for example, notation they should follow. You can, let's say, put that restrictions in the instructions, right? So then AI, while processing the ticket, it will know in this project, these are the instructions, these are the restrictions, I need to follow them. Because if AI has some examples, if AI has some, let's say, guidelines, to some extent it will follow this. But so that's why also why prompts, why this knowledge, we cannot pump all of them at the same time. We need to gradually pump only the context that really matters. We also have the atomic and traceable test steps, which is something that probably goes with the test cases as well. We have runnable playwright scripts, right? So that even a functional tester like me can have the automation, right? So sometimes we are in phase of the situation that we need to create tens, hundreds of test data, right? And if we have to do this manually, it will take time. But we can, for example, create the test script. We can have some test case that covers this test data and, for example, run it 20, 30 of times parallelly. So instead of spending hours, it might be just minutes just to get the same result. And also at the same time, you can just focus on the meetings, right? That we sometimes usually have, sometimes too much, right? And then we also have parameterized data sets just to review, just to maybe also provide this kind of information, provide the strategy for the data set in the instructions, how to tackle some specific problems. Like, for example, maybe boundary value analysis, maybe, for example, some, let's say, kind of methods that we have for testing, right? Just to apply them, just to give this knowledge, but not too much. We have to be very specific. We cannot like put whole ISTQB foundation document inside because it will burn tokens, and I'm more than sure that not whole document is needed for let's say small test case generation, just some parts of it. That's why context optimization really matters. And also we have those version object journeys. We also have those learning logs that are reusable, right? The next time we work on the similar ticket that we used to work, we know more, right? We don't burn tokens again on the same thing, right? We already know this, so why we should lose this kind of information? And also I wanted to give you a quick look on the runner, how the results look like, because this is, as I mentioned, so you just configure this with a wizard. You just select what test cases you want to run. You just need to select what org you want to run this against, and basically how many test cases you can run at the same time, and that's it. And this is how the test runner dashboard looks like. So you can see in real time how the test cases are progressing. If you are impatient, I am. You can also check them in real time, what they are producing, what steps they have, what screenshots they have, because every single script is, let's say, validated from the automated perspective with the scripts, internal scripts, just that every single step before it is executed and after it is executed, to take screenshots from playwright perspective, so you can see the state before and after, and you can compare what changed. If it what was supposed to change, it's actually changed, right? And that's why you can see in real time what's going on. And this information is important for us because we can see what's going on. But for the developers to fix the problem, I would say not so much. So we also need to have the way to give them, let's say, more technical look. And Playwright also supports this. When it comes to Playwright native, let's say, native format of providing the reports, it's HTML, and it looks like this. So you have every single step, let's say, divided into multiple sub-steps, so we can basically see where the problem lays. For now, in the framework, we don't have the automatic bug creation. It is in the plan. But for now, it's just generation of the result. And this information you can share with our developers, just maybe under the ticket, just as sort of the debug steps. You can, of course, create the bug, but just to enrich it, you can just put this kind of report just to give them extra context. What actually data we used, what actually happened, right? And basically, that's it. This is natively built, so probably it also can be used for some services that we have. And just as sort of the summary, let me maybe quickly tell you where we are now with the app. So the app works end-to-end on Salesforce tickets. It works with the IDE, but as I mentioned, I'm also working on the headless mode. Headless mode really praises the parallel execution of the tickets because you can spawn multiple agents working on the same case. With the IDE, as you might know, it's hard to have as good parallelism as we have with the CLI. We have one acceptance criteria that is translated into automated test case. This is really important. It saves time, not only from, let's say, functional perspective, that we have the test case that covers some functionality, but as I mentioned, we can also have the way to create some data, right? To create some data to leverage this task on AI, on the playwright script, right? And also we have the library that really matters, that is fully automated. It's fully, let's say, validated as well with the scripts to check if the format of the files is proper, if the format of the logs is proper, because AI hallucinates. So we need to, sorry for the wording, we need to tame it. We need to make sure that it does what it has to do in the format that we expect. So it has to have multiple validations. It has to have multiple restrictions. The best approach is to use automated scripts that validates AI, right? For example, to check the outputs, not AI validates AI. It is also to some extent good that AI validates AI, but what if one hallucinating and the other hallucinating is hallucinating as well, right? So that's the problem. That's why if you can leverage some task to some automation, why not? Automation also is skillful enough to do such tasks, right? So we also need to have in mind the tokens consumption. So if we can run the script with $0 probably dollars versus the AI that spends even a few dollars per ticket, but it spends it, then we should use, in that case, the automation, right? What I'm working as well right now is to fine-tune the prompts, fine-tune the instructions, just to test to what extent the parallelism should work. I'm just running multiple test cases at the same time just to see what is the outcome, what's still missing, right? That's why we probably need some people with their expertise, with different angles, with different views, just to see what we can benefit from this, how even more we can, what more we can get from their expertise, right? And in the quite distant plans, we also plan to go outside Salesforce, because if it works for Salesforce, why it shouldn't work for the rest, for others, right? Probably the problem might be the library, might be the experience and expertise of people. So that's why, if you are interested, I'm more than welcome to have you to support me, to support our team with this activity. And also one more activity, because right now this application runs locally on the laptop. So you need to have your computer turned on just to initiate the process. But we have tools. To some who are probably more skillful in AI automation, they know that, for example, we have GitHub Actions. That's the next phase that we want to tackle. So after we make the app stable in headless mode, then the next step will to make it the, let's say, offline runner, the overnight probably runner, that to have a very great idea that you end your shift, you end your day, you just set which tickets you want to process. This is done during the night. You come back the next day in the morning, and you just review them. You just review the deliverables, right? So this is probably quite complex architecture. I'm not that skillful, but I will do my best. If we have more people that already maybe have done something like this, please contact me or Elena, so we can find some common ground. Maybe you can build it together. Because in my opinion, this is quite a nice idea, just to have a fully overnight, with no need to open our computer runner, that actually process tickets and saves plenty of time. So so we can focus on the things that actually matter, that our, as I mentioned again, where our expertise, real expertise, QA expertise, can really shine, right? And that's the next checkpoints. I probably cover them already. So basically, just to go outside Salesforce, just to go grow with the team, just to think how we can harden what we already built, right? Just to make it more stable, just to maybe make it more versatile as well, right? So, yeah, there are many challenges that probably I'm not even aware of, but we have to start somewhere, right? We have to, let's say, plug up some courage in ourselves just to even try this. It might not be successful. It might be total disaster, but you won't learn anything if you don't try, right? So even if it's not, if it won't be working, still the attempt even counts, right? You get something from this. You will learn what to avoid. That's also some important, I think, knowledge. And I encourage you to set some challenge for yourself, to set some challenge to maybe create some even agent, just start with this, maybe even with a skill. And then after some times when you get some skillful, maybe to create some architecture, just to learn where we are. Because I can see at this point that it's really promising and it brings really great results and can leverage sometimes so we can focus on other things, even if our days are full of meetings. So basically we don't have anything for other things. So we can just leverage these activities, our testing activities, to someone else and just to be on the meetings, right? We know how it works. Sometimes these days also happen, right? And just to bear in mind, the goal is not to replace anyone. It's just to simplify our life, just to support our activities, just to, let's say, not be buried under documentation. I will repeat myself again, just to have some balance in what we are doing, right? Because just repetitively writing test cases is also not, I would say, good for us. We also should have some variety in what we are doing, and just to have some healthy approach to our testing, our QA activities, right? Thank you. Questions are welcome. Yeah.
Super, awesome, thank you. Great job. The audience has a few questions. First, how does your AI-based testing framework help QA teams reduce the time spent on test maintenance and focus more on strategic testing decisions, especially given the complexity of Salesforce projects?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we can leverage some of the activities that we do, like test cases generation and maintaining them, keeping the knowledge, even the regression testing, right? So preparing the UAT org, and just to spend some time on planning, on making strategic decisions, and basically just to make our QA expertise shine, right? Just to reuse our experience, our knowledge on the things that also matter equally as writing proper documentation.
Oh, incredible answer. Thank you. And the last question, as you plan to extend the framework beyond Salesforce, what challenges do you anticipate in adapting your approach to other platforms? And how might the QA role continue to evolve as a result?
Thank you. So basically, as I mentioned, our role will definitely evolve. That's inevitable. So that's something we have to just get familiar with, maybe. And the challenges that we might have if we go beyond Salesforce is definitely having a solid expertise, solid sets of quirks, solid set of interesting behaviors, solid basis of what is actually needed to even start testing in some different, let's say, areas like JavaScript, for example, and definitely have skillful people, right? Just those that have good, that just they are aware of good practices, they have experience, so we can reapply their experience as, for example, skills, data, information, and just be advisors, just be auditors of what the AI will produce, right? And yeah, I would say the expertise of specific areas.
We thank our speakers for their engaging presentation and their detailed answers to the questions. Your experience and expertise in testing and implementing AI solutions on Salesforce projects inspire the professional community and contribute to the development of best practices in the industry. Thank you for your contribution and openness to dialogue. Folks, thanks to everyone who joined us. Come back tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. Follow us on social media to catch all the cool stuff. Don't miss our special challenge. Stick around and join the fun. We've got awesome talks from our speakers, fun contests, and cool prizes. See you tomorrow.